And
No. Yep. Oh, still something. Okay. Are we ready to go? Ready to go. Live streaming? Yep. Could I have my slide, please? Good morning, everybody, and a really warm welcome to here at the Terra Auditorium at Sustainability Pavilion. We are here today, and those of you watching from your offices or all over the world, hopefully, we're here today to dive into the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, something that I am really passionate about. We have here with us some amazing people working in sustainability. In fact, I don't know anybody who doesn't work outside, who works outside of sustainability. So I want to keep it that way. This is a bridge over the River Liffey in Ireland, Dublin, my hometown. I like the symbolism of a bridge because we're building bridges, and that's what we want to do together. We want to create a movement where we will drive the 17 sustainable goals forward. It's by coincidence, today is the 17th, or it's not by coincidence, and we're here with partnerships and collaboration for goal number 17. The goals are a brilliant strategy for your business, but even for your lives, because who doesn't want to do something about hunger? Who doesn't want to do something about poverty, SDGs 1 and 2? Who in this room believes that SDG 8, decent work and economic growth is the way forward, and inclusivity for everybody? Peace and justice, SDG 16, we want that for everybody in the world, right? But the only way we can do this and achieve these goals is if we do it together, boldly, and move forward, and we need to move fast, right? So when we're looking at these goals, we're talking also about climate action. And climate action, if you saw from the August 2021, the IPCC report, code red for humanity, not code yellow, not code green, not code pink, but code red. So this is so serious, and it's no longer that we can sit back and just relax. We really need to do something. I remember when Greta Thunberg, the angry young female, came on the scene, and we were all apologizing to her for what we were going to pass on to the next generation. We're no longer apologizing. If you see, we're all working on it now because we know that we have to do so. All right, so we're going to deep dive today in. We have so many amazing speakers here. We're going to talk all about how we can accelerate the goals, because unfortunately we're not achieving them. There was latest McKinsey report that was shown actually at the World Future Energy Summit in Abu Dhabi. 75% of companies really want to work on climate action. 15% of them are working on it, and the rest don't know how. So what I'd love you all to take away from today is the tools on how to do it. We need to move forward, as I said, boldly and bravely, because I want to leave behind a legacy. And I don't want to leave behind a legacy of money, but I want to leave behind a really good legacy where I know I have done something to protect our planet and the people who live in it. So, without further ado, I am going to welcome to the stage Dr. Mahmoud Al-Barai. And Dr. Mahmoud is very well known to everybody, I'm sure. He is from the Land Department, and now he is going to talk to us about the city we need. It's a World Urban Campaign, and the city we need is the city we need now, here in Dubai. And we're going to show and be able to help the government as well. By 2030, zero waste to landfill. By 2050, net zero. And we are, with businesses, individuals, everybody, we're going to move along and do this together. May I welcome you, Dr. Mahmoud, to the stage. Thank you so much. There is your clicker.
Thank you so much. Very good morning to all of you. I'm very pleased and honored to be here today, speaking to great people who believe in the power of connectivity and the power of making synergy across different sectors and people who believe that they are global citizens who want to make a difference. I was here a couple of months ago in the Dignified Storytelling, and I was sharing Comes and Dreams, which is a documentary that I'm working on to shed light on refugees and the challenges that refugees are going through. And today we're talking about sustainability and what's forward. Adrian, thank you so much. You said companies are ready, 70% of them, they're buying in. And the governments are also ready. And we have the UAE, and what the UAE has really announced recently. Dubai can, yes, Dubai can, and UAE can, and we all can, right? We should take the initiative, and everyone should be a city changer. I mean, and let's also, I don't want to be I want to be realistic. A lot of people are not buying into our dialogue and conversation on sustainability because we need to make it more interesting for them. And this is actually something I'm going to talk today a little bit about it. His Highness Sheikh Mohammed believes in the power of Dubai in actually setting the agenda. And Expo itself is about sustainability, opportunity, mobility, connecting people, creating opportunities. And this is the time we should use to actually build synergies and build partnership. Dubai, a few days ago, announced Dubai Can to reduce the plastic use, right? And before that, we announced the net zero initiative. By 2050, the UAE will be into that category, right? 2040 Dubai plan that Sheikh Mohammed announced last year. If you're following up with this, we're having a complete shift in the policy making. This is how Dubai should look like in 2040. And what that means, if you go deeply into the urban plan of 2040 of Dubai, it's doubling the green area of Dubai, it's doubling the commercial. It's about making sure that people do not live more than 800 meters far from public transport hubs. So it's a rethinking about the cities, okay? So have this picture in mind. This is what we want to pass to our future generations, to our grandsons and granddaughters. But at the same time, let me take you to the other extreme, okay? And the other extreme is here. At the beginning of COVID, 2020, I got the opportunity to visit a Za'atari camp in Jordan. And this is a camp that has Syrian refugees, about 70,000 of them at a certain point of time. And I got to meet all these interesting people who also are having same dreams as we have. Maybe what they're looking at is maybe SDG number 1 and 2, right? Hunger and poverty. And we're looking at cities and sustainability and taking cities to the next level. So if we took the Maslow hierarchy, we need to provide people with food, right? Before we tell them about how we build nice cities for them and quality of life. So there are other parts of the world, refugees and people who are disadvantaged, who need even the basic things that we take here for granted. So we should be thankful for all the blessings we have, but at the same time, we should be very careful about what we do in our life. Everyone is a city changer, and everyone can change from home. And why I talk about refugees? Because it relates to me. I was born as a refugee. Maybe some people know that, but I was born in a refugee camp, and I know what it means to be a refugee, and this is where I used to live. But the only thing I invested in and I believed in, and this is my family, what they told me, that education is the only way. So we should not underestimate the power of SDGs. Education itself had a very big impact on who I am today, being the highest in my country, picked up by His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, who I thank all the time because he's the one who made me, and I'm very grateful to him for all the support. But this is the country. UAE has been always a country that looks beyond its borders. We're not only caring about people living in the UAE, we care about so many people, and there's so many people who need the support, and they need the action. And this is the school where I used to go. And I went back to the same school, talking to the students, giving them hope. A lot of people, actually, what they miss is hope. So we need to give hope to people that, yes, things will be better if we invest in them. So SDGs are great tools. There's so many of them, yes, we know. Very difficult to act on all of them, yes. We need to prioritize, but they're the way forward, and we should. And every class I teach at the American University in Dubai, I teach SDGs. Regardless of what course we're offering, it's always related to SDGs. Everything we do, link it to SDGs. Okay, so Three quotes I always use and I want to share with you today in that regard. Life is not about how hard of a hit you can give. It's about how many you can take and you still keep moving forward. So it's about keep moving forward. It's about movement. And another one, it's not the strongest of species that survives, but nor the most intelligent, but the most responsive to change. And the last one, crisis. We have a crisis, we have a COVID, right? The 5 million people who died. Crisis, if you look at crisis, how it's written in Chinese, it has two symbols. One resembles opportunity and one resembles the danger. So we need to look into the opportunities that we have, right? We have all these numbers. We have, according to the World Economic Forum, they have a global risk report. If you go into that report for the last 3 years, the major risk that they always focus on are the environmental risk, are the social risk. And they're not going to impact us as a people, but also companies. For the long-term competitiveness of businesses, they need to take this into account. They need to integrate ESG in the way they're running their business. Digital divide is another risk, and it's a big risk. And what do we mean by that? Not everyone has access to technology. 2/3 of students, according to the UNICEF, are out from schools with no access to internet at home. So we're privileged here to be having access to internet and have online education. So many people don't. And this digital divide will impact also the social and economic and will lead to more inequality. I don't want to share with you all these. There's so many negative news that we're back on SDGs. We're not accelerating. We're actually reversing. But the good thing is that COVID is an opportunity for us. And this is why we're meeting today, to co-create the future. And the future is ours. And everyone is part of it, right? A lot of countries, a lot of areas are actually not progressing in so many SDGs. SDG 2, 8, 10, 11, 15 in Asia. In Latin America, inequality, unemployment. In the Middle East, we have the largest percentage of unemployment among youth. We are a region with the lowest resources of water. So we're in a region that really needs an urgent action when it comes to sustainability. And this is why in the World Urban Campaign, part of the UN Habitat, we launched something called the City We Need, and we added now, because it's now and it's urgent, and this is the kind of city we need. It's a healthy city, it's a peaceful city, it's a climate adaptive city, it's inclusive, it provides economic opportunities to all, just to cut on the 17 SDGs, make them more concise in 10 action areas, and everyone is part of it, working with the Capital Club and CEO Club businesses to take all these 10 principles and action points into account and make them part of what they do. So this is what we're planning to do. SDG started 2015. We've said at that time, Ban Ki-moon, the Secretary General of the UN at that time, said it's people's SDGs. So we come back and say, yes, it's people's SDGs, and businesses should take a lead. First, there's 70% of them are ready. It's our job now to work with them to make sure that they're buying into it and they're integrating this into what they're doing. And this is what we've done, a declaration or a pledge from businesses to sign on the City We Need. So many people have done it before. It's not about signing. It all comes from your heart. If you believe in it, you will do it without need to sign. But we're saying part of communication, we're telling you these are the areas that we're going to focus on in the City We Need now in the Middle East. And part of it is education, awareness, and that's why we launched the SDGs Academy, part of the World Urban Campaign, to educate for free businesses, people, and create awareness, and include also the media. And this is an additional thing we've done this year, is to include the media. We think and we're sure that media is a very influential player. We need them first to be fully on board, understand the importance of sustainability, and communicate it to people. People, as I said, always feel that whenever we talk about sustainability, it's about environment, it's about nature, but it's actually, in reality, it's more than this. It's a system thinking, it's economic, it's social, it's environment, it's your life, it's the life of everyone. So the way forward, stakeholder approach to co-create the future. We need everyone on board, businesses, governments, young, old, male, female, we're all part of it. engaging community, work on ground, system thinking rather than isolation. And the last point is that incremental innovation is not going to get us anywhere. What we need is radical innovation. And that's why in 2 weeks' time, we're starting a new campaign called VCs for Good, Venture Capitals for Good. So we're looking into the financing part. So we're looking at the different components of the system, working with our colleagues as SAS from the Capital Club on paving the way forward for creating the right ecosystem. And what's a better place than UAE that has 217 nationalities living here? This is the place where it represents all the countries, because every country has a voice here, right? And every country is represented by its own people here in the UAE. So last slide, let's be serious changers. If we cannot change from office, let's change from home. Let's change in any opportunity we get. Let's always talk sustainability. Let's all be part of this. Thank you so much for the great opportunity, and thank you so much for taking time to come. We're about 50 or 60 today, but please multiply your voice by 10. We need 10 more, and this is the minimum we can do. Thank you so much for your time, and enjoy the rest of today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mahmoud. That was inspiring. I think, you know, for me also one of the things that I take away now from what you said is the word hope. And I think that's always super important. Everybody needs hope in their lives. Education, absolutely for sure, but we all need hope. Before I introduce our next speaker, it's because of him actually that we're here today, that he's made this possible. Mr. Pat Hennessy from the Irish Pavilion. He's the Global Commissioner. He's been with the Department of Foreign Affairs since finishing in Trinity College and his in University of Reading in 1974. Oh, it's okay, we give away your age now. Ambassador of Israel, ambassador to the UAE, and now the Global Commissioner. And he has, since I've met him in the beginning, he has not said no to me once when I've asked him, please can I organise climate change at the Irish Pavilion? Please can I do this? Please can I do that? And he's never said no. And today is as a result of the Irish Pavilion giving us this opportunity to be here in this fantastic venue, because what better a venue actually to talk about the SDGs climate action than within the Sustainability Pavilion. So I'm really grateful to you, Pat. I just want to say I'm still going to come knocking on your door because it's not the 31st of April yet, so we still have time. So I'd like to welcome Mr. Pat Hennessy. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Adrienne, and thank you for the very kind words. The truth, of course, as I suspect many of the audience know, is that nobody says no to Adrienne, and so it's a pleasure that you might as well give into that you're going to be swept along with the Adrienne tide and become part of the great army for sustainable living. But it's been a pleasure, and we've been honoured to be partners with you. And indeed, it is an honour to be here today at this very significant event happening at a really important time. And I want to congratulate the UN Global Compact and their partners here in the Capital Club and others for their dynamism and for their sense of mission in bringing this event together and in driving forward this hugely important topic. Obviously, nobody in this audience needs to be persuaded of the importance of the SDGs. And indeed, it is possible to be a little overwhelmed perhaps by the scale of the challenges that remain. But I think, as both Dr. Mahmoud and Adrienne have stressed, there's also great grounds for hope out there. When 85% of businesses actually recognise that there is important work to be done and are getting on board, when venture capitalists are asking how can they be part of this great mission, you know that things are moving in a good direction. But obviously, as has been said, what we want is greater acceleration and more speed, so that we arrive at our goals at the absolute earliest possible moment. I very much, obviously, perhaps not surprisingly, I enjoyed that photograph of the bridge from Dublin that Adrian showed at the outset. But in many ways, I think it's the perfect symbol for all of us here at Expo 2020 Dubai, connecting minds, creating the future, and that's what Expo has been. It has been a bridge between all of us in the international community, coming together really for the first time since the difficult events, the pandemic of the past 2 years. So to have this opportunity curated and so magnificently delivered by our hosts here at the UAE as a platform in which the world can come together to deal with these great issues is something that we should not take for granted, and something certainly we in Ireland are very much conscious of and very grateful for. We in Ireland, I suppose, do claim a special link with the SDGs. The group in New York of all member states of the United Nations that came together in 2015 to agree the text of the SDGs was in fact co-chaired by the then Irish ambassador David Donoghue and his Kenyan counterpart. So we have felt invested in the SDGs and in driving forward that agenda, from the outset. I think I suppose the crucial thing to say about the SDGs is that they're a universal construct. It's not a menu. You're not invited to pick numbers 2, 7, and 11. You're invited and really under an obligation to move forward with each and every one of the SDGs, because that is the only way in which the objectives and the goals towards which we are striving can be fully achieved. And it is, of course, the case, as was said by the UN Secretary General at the time, that this is the most ambitious and wide-ranging document perhaps ever negotiated within the framework of the United Nations. So the fact that it was possible, despite all of us who've been involved in affairs both domestic and international over the years know how difficult it is to get any group to come together on any particular text, on anything. So to be able in a framework like the UN to get all member states to come together by consensus to adopt such a comprehensive and detailed document is I think something that provides a strong basis for the work that now goes ahead. So of course the 17 SDGs were supported by 169 targets. So there's a lot of detail in there. This is not just some vague and loose language. There's a lot of content there. A lot of very hard data that both inspire us, but of course also give us metrics by which we measure progress or lack of it. I suppose the SDG that we are conscious of, perhaps here, particularly at Expo, is SDG 17, because that is the one whereby we come together in partnership to deliver all of the SDGs. So I think in an environment like Expo, where the countries of the world have gathered in this very positive frame of mind, is both a reminder, but also an accelerator and a catalyst to move forward with that very full agenda. And for our part, Ireland is committed both nationally and through our policy for international development to promote the SDGs. We're currently in the process of developing our second SDG national implementation plan, and this has included wide-ranging consultations with all of the groups, all of the stakeholders, including the establishment of an SDG stakeholder forum and also an SDG champions forum, because I think, again, as Dr. Mahmood said, we've got to sort of mobilize all the levers. So whether it's media, whether it's young people, whatever, whether it's business, the investment community, all have a part to play. And I suppose it behoves all of us to be aware and conscious of how best we can activate these various sectors. while one is never wants to select one as more important than the other, I suppose a particular priority, and one that Ireland has been very conscious of, is the question of gender equality and the empowerment of women. Because, quite simply put, working towards gender equality is not just the right thing to do; it's the smart thing to do. And when women and girls succeed, societies also succeed much better. For that reason, and with that kind of perspective, Ireland has been playing a leadership role in the Women, Peace and Security agenda. By a very nice coincidence, right now Ireland and the UAE are two of the 10 elected members of the United Nations Security Council. And working with our friends here in the UAE and others on the Council, we have worked very hard to ensure that Women, Peace and Security agenda is prioritised within the work of the UN Security Council. For example, with working also with our colleagues from Kenya and Mexico, we've started what we call a UN Security Council Presidency Trio, which is a commitment of successive presidents of the Security Council to mainstream women, peace and security throughout the agenda during our respective periods in the chair of the Council. Because after all, the whole agenda is a recognition that conflict does not treat its victims equally. It is simply a fact that women and girls come off worse, suffer more as a result of conflict, and that needs to be factored into the response of the international community. Dear friends and colleagues, the role of any expo is to drive innovation, promote thought leadership and push the boundaries. And this is something that I think Expo 2020 Dubai has been doing to a really excellent level through events such as this, through the People and Planet series with many excellent programs, whether it was climate change right at the very beginning. I think an important signal of prioritization that the very first thematic week in the Expo program was in fact devoted to climate change and biodiversity, and that I think sent out an important message to all of us and to the international community that these are issues that have to be at the very forefront. And sustainability is at the very heart of the SDGs. Obviously, finding a better way to husband scarce resources is essential to protecting our environment. And I think we've all I think come to understand, and I would regard this as another thing to be a little optimistic about, is that I think that argument that one might have heard in the past, that it's sort of development or sustainability, as if you picked one or the other. I think we now better understand that that's a false choice. Sustainability and development can only really move forward together in tandem, and if you're neglecting one part of that equation, then the whole construct will simply fail to be sustainable in a meaningful way. For its part, the Irish government will continue to do its part. We recently hosted an event here with a number of our European Union partners on the circular economy, which again is focusing on one particular aspect of that whole work of sustainability, and we will be introducing our first circular economy piece of legislation very shortly. But of course, as we, I think, very much understand and recognise here, for us all to achieve the SDG goals and to accelerate the rate of implementation, we very much need to work together in cooperation and to exploit the opportunities which Expo provides. I'm hugely encouraged, though, by the fact that with the support of terrific stakeholders such as the UN Global Compact, that discussion and that agenda is really moving ahead. And thanks to people like Adrienne, I think there's every ground for confidence that we will get there. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So, thank you very much, Pat. I love the fact that you mentioned SDG 5, and I could spend the next 6 to 10 years talking about SDG 5 and how we really need to achieve that. I remember in 2018, there was a report in Ireland that the women of Ireland were working for free from October to December of that year, because that was the discrepancy in the difference between the male and the female salaries for the same job. So SDG 5 is super important, which comes again with education, SDG 4. So without further ado, we are going to move on to our next speaker. My name, I'm probably going to pronounce your surname wrong, but Ben Lelahom. Yeah, great. Munir is Munaim, is the group CEO, founding partner at Sustainable Square. He's responsible for the overall growth and strategic direction of the firm. He's been championing social impact studies and programs and produced impact reports to demonstrate the value generated on community and impact investing projects. He's going to talk to us today about why we're not achieving the goals, and we don't want to be negative at all about this, but we want to accelerate them. And you know, as Pat says, we need to move forward. We need to move forward. We need to move forward, and with hope. So, Munaim, please, thank you so much.
Good morning. Perfect. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Adrian and Anne-Marie. Great ladies. They fought a lot to make this happen. Thank you, Expo. Thank you to the other Irish Pavilion as well to invite us here. Great nation. And I'm pretty much happy to be part with you here at this great event. As they mentioned, my name is Munam Lelahom. I will try to... Someone help me, please? Oh, perfect. My name is Munam Lelahom. I'm Group CEO of Sustainable Square, which is a Dubai-based advisory firm that focuses on sustainability and social impact and everything related to impact investing. We are a homegrown business that has made it to the international with 4 offices around the world, in India, in Kenya, in Ghana, and in Dubai here as well. Today, the main topic is going to be around the Sustainable Development Goals, and what do we need to accelerate the uptake of the Sustainable Development Goals? I'm not going to be pessimistic. I'm not going to be optimistic either, but I'll try to be realistic as much as possible. And what do we need to do in order to really kick off a journey, accelerated journey, that could help us to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030? I'm not going to go back to how it was established back in 2015, more than 150 countries, 17 goals, more than 169 metrics and measurements. So kind of the UN, they brought clear elements and metrics that could support us to measure and bring performance to the table in order to feel that we are advancing, to feel that we are trying to make a difference, unlike the MDGs, because I truly believe that we have failed miserably as humanity to achieve the MDGs. And that's why the call for the SDGs is to invest, not support. And that's the big misunderstanding that we are facing today in the private sector and internationally, that we are taking the SDGs from a support perspective, from a CSR perspective, from a philanthropic perspective, but the call is to invest, is to finance, is to push opportunities and businesses in order to accelerate the uptake of the SDGs and make a difference by 2030. So what is the issue that we are facing today as humanity? The SDGs, they cover a big spectrum of sustainable development topics that are connected strictly to our life: poverty, education, diversity, climate change, and peace, which is super important today, and I will explain to you how we can make a difference with peace. The issue that we are facing today, that there is a huge gap internationally for financing the SDGs. We are facing a very critical moment today with regards to financing the SDGs. The United Nations has estimated that we need almost $2.5 trillion in a yearly base in order to achieve the SDGs by 2030. Are we realizing that? We'll see. For what? And we need the private sector to be part of this, because the private sector, they bring creativity, resources, innovation, and that's exactly what we need, because the government alone cannot make it happen. We need the private sector and all the intervenant in the community and in the market in order to help us to achieve the SDGs and accelerate the uptake of the SDGs. Now, the International Monetary Fund study, they have estimated that we need, for example, in emerging market economies, at least 4% point in GDPs in order to achieve the SDGs by 2030. While in the low-income developing markets, we need almost 14% GDP growth in order to achieve the SDGs by 2030, which is huge. What happened globally that we have faced the pandemic, and the pandemic has put us at risk. It has slowed down massively the uptake of the SDGs, and I will explain how. Before the SDGs, we needed $2.5 trillion of business opportunities and financing in order to achieve the SDGs by 2030. The pandemic has added another weight or another load of $1 trillion, while the business resources, they have downsized by $700 billion. So if before the pandemic we needed $2.5 trillion, now we are risking that we need almost $4.2 trillion in order to achieve the SDGs by 2030. So there is a growth of 70% gap in financing the SDGs today. But guess what? Globally, we have about 379 trillions of financing assets that are there. We only need 1.1% of that. We only need 1.1% of the global resources, financial resources that are existing around the world in order to achieve the SDGs by 2030. Are we doing that? We'll see that in the next. Global financing assets are more than sufficient today. We have enough money in the world to achieve the SDGs. The only issue that we are facing, we are not channeling this financing towards the SDGs. We are not really creating that load of money and investment and financing that could be channeled towards the SDGs in order to make a difference. We are not really enhancing the risk return profile, and sometimes vulnerable investments. We are not really calculating the risk with regards to that. We are not really engaging ourselves as a businesses today in order to kind of offset certain risks in our value chain and supply chain in order to achieve the SDGs by creating more businesses and investing in more opportunities that could help us to achieve the SDGs by 2030. Now, this is what happened 4 years ago. Me and my team, we have decided to calculate the global available fund that is existing in CSR, corporate social responsibility and philanthropy and foundations. And we assumed that all the businesses around the world, they're donating 2.5% of their net profit to CSR, which is kind of a corporate zakat. So we're assuming that the whole world is paying for a corporate zakat, 2.5%. We have calculated or downloaded the financial statements for the top 20, top 30, top 50 businesses around the world. Global companies, global brands that we all know around the world. And the sum of that has estimated or has calculated towards $50 billion. So if we continue doing CSR and assuming that we are doing SDGs through CSR, we will only get the total value of $50 billion, which is CSR alone can only contribute to 3% to 5% of the global money needed to achieve the SDGs. And what do we need in order to achieve that? We need a shift. We need a shift from a classic CSR funding and philanthropic funding and donations funding towards investment. And we need that in order to create value creation, in order to close the financing gap, in order to ensure rapid economic growth, and we need that to gain profit. Because the SDGs are promoted by the UN as business opportunities. These are $12 trillion of business opportunities. So the UN and all the global commissioners, they said, there are business opportunities. We want you to create businesses, make profit and impact the world at the same time. It's the creation of shared value approach that we are trying to pitch in the market. What do we need more than that? We need to mobilize all the financial resources around the world, including asset managers, corporate bankings, private sector, government, sovereign funds, to channel investment and financing towards the SDGs. That's exactly what we need to do today. Are we doing it? Let's discover more. What do we need to do more? We need to stop thinking that supporting the SDGs is an ethical imperative. We're not here to do good. We are here to invest and do good and make profit at the same time. The only way to accelerate the uptake of the SDGs is to create that mutual value between the business and the community at the same time. As a business, I grow with the community. I cannot function or survive my business in the future in disconnection with the community. My own belief that the next definition for an enterprise is a social enterprise by default. It's a social enterprise by default, or an impact-driven enterprise by default. And that's the only way we can accelerate the uptake of the SDGs, by creating more impact-driven businesses that could create profit with a true business model that is valuable and impact the world at the same time. Second, there is a big crisis and a big black box that is happening today. The crisis is happening. There are trillions of dollars that are being held in the financial system today, and they are continuously supporting the unethical and inequality and unsustainable investments. They're still there, which is creating a big crisis that we are foreseeing in the future. At the same time, there is a big black box surrounding the actual investment. And the news that happened five days ago, I think, Nadia, right, with Morningstar, they have discovered that more than 1,200 ESG labeled funds are fake. And they decided to unlabel them from the ESG etiquette, which is a big scandal around the world, that we have been promoting ESG funds today. We are pushing the investors to support them while they're not ESG driven, while they're not impact driven, which will create a huge problem in the assessment today. We are assessing investments or impact investments with the intention that we are doing good, but actually we are not doing good. We are trying to push these products or funds or loans or green bonds, but they're not really making a difference in the lives of people. And that's why today we are challenging the assessment at the same time. It is a big issue. So we stop thinking that the SDGs are an ethical imperative. We start revising and reviewing and assessing all the actual investment that we have today. At the same time, finding a solution for the assessment. Are we assessing the right thing? Are we making a mileage or making a difference with regards to our assessment? The UN has estimated $12 trillion of business opportunities. Where did they come from? $2.5 trillion related to food and agriculture. $3.7 trillion related to cities. And I think Dr. Mahmoud has mentioned this, and more opportunities there. $4.3 trillion in energy and materials. $1.8 trillion related to health and well-being. Now, the actions needed to accelerate the uptake of the SDGs. One, we need to raise awareness that the SDGs are not here to be supported. They're here to be invested in and financed. Stop support, invest. That's exactly what we need. Two, we have to encourage the private sector to shift their CSR funds towards more of impact investment. And why not create opportunities that could add value to your supply chain by investing into impact-driven enterprises? So you're impacting the business, impacting the community, fostering entrepreneurship in the market, but at the same time, I'm bringing a solution to my supply chain and procurement. Identifying existing investment opportunities. We are not really making effort to identify investment opportunities in the market. Discussing the risk returns. Nobody is discussing the risk returns today. And the way we are conducting dialogues around risk is very superficial. We are not really deep diving into this. And mobilizing and creating financial schemes for the SDGs. That's exactly what we need. But more than that, we need leadership. And luckily, in this country, we have great leadership that are pushing for this. Do we have that in the world? More leaders that are really, truly pushing for this and mobilizing resources and financial resources and putting the right policies and regulations to put for the SDGs. Mobilizing investment, super important. Channeling the investment towards the right investment or the right places where we can make a difference, and maximizing the impact of the investment that we are doing through true measurements that are really uncovering the reality of these investments and making sure that we are really putting our money in the right place. Now, what I did here, who's going to be responsible for what? We're all talking about SDG 17. Let's partner together. But we really need to give ownership and accountability to specific entities in the market in order to show us who is responsible for what, who is going to be responsible for what. So what I tried to do here, I picked 6 entities. I can talk about more. What is going to be their responsibility, and how are they going to be supported by the regulation and the policy makers here? Starting with the asset managers. They're about $91 trillion around the world at their size. See the big difference they can make in our life. The action needed from the asset managers in order to align with the SDGs. First, they need to invest into tools and technologies to integrate the SDGs metrics. They need to build asset managers' capabilities. We are not training our fund managers today on how to invest in SDGs and how to channel money towards the SDGs. We need to incorporate SDGs mandates into fund managers' compensations and benefits. So when I'm reviewing their performance, I need to review their performance based on SDGs as well criteria. Now, they have to be supported. They cannot make a difference if they're not supported by the regulator today. So the regulator is requested to encourage asset managers to make publicly available data. We are missing the data. Data is scarce today in order to take great decisions in our market. Create a platform that unifies all the players in the market. We are lacking that. There is no platform that unifies everyone together in order to make a difference in our lives today. And I chose the insurance companies. I love this example because the healthier the environment, the insurance companies make more money. The safer the roads, they make more money. The healthier the communities, they make more money because less claims. So the business case of sustainability in the insurance companies is much more apparent than it used to be before. What is their role today? What is expected from them? They're about $32 trillion around the world. We need to adjust a range of risk factors to ensure that we are developing ESG-related insurance products. We are not really investing into this. I haven't heard any news in the market about ESG insurance products. We need to incorporate ESG into repairs, claims, replacements. We need to measure and monitor ESG risk reduction. How can the policymakers support that? By supporting a regulatory and legal framework for ESG risk reduction. We don't have that yet. I haven't seen it even around the world. Few initiatives that are emerging, but then they're not really making a difference. We need to invest in capacity and technical assistance to the insurance companies so they understand their role in this. We need to adopt policies to encourage companies to broaden ESG coverage and ESG risks. Now, the next player, the pension funds. More than $35 trillion around the world. What can they do? We need to add ESG criteria in the investment decisions, including the pension funds, not just asset managers. We need to strengthen expertise and capacity building to the fund managers as well, and compensate them based on the difference they make in their investment. We need to set targets for the SDGs and the separate funds. How can the government support them with that? Incentivizing pension funds to factor ESG in their investment. Second, improving availability of ESG data and ESG information so we can make great decisions with regards to this. Next, I have chosen 3 other entities, but I'm going to just focus on the second one, which is the impact-driven enterprises or impact-driven businesses. Are we fostering social entrepreneurship in the country and in the world today? There is no regulation that tells me if I am interested to create an impact-driven business, whether I go for no-profit or for profit. I have no regulator. Nobody's supporting me with this. I need a license for this. The UK has created one. Many countries in Europe have created one because we need the social enterprise and the impact-driven enterprises that can make a difference in their lives. The philanthropic organizations, we are not excluding them. They've got a say in the impact investment. They've got a say in making a difference in the long-term agenda that we are trying to set by creating the first layer of funding. So imagine I'm trying to create an impact investment fund, but I can channel some of the philanthropic money to create the first funding that is not expected to be returned to the funders, but then they support creating an ecosystem that can help me to accelerate the uptake of the SDGs. Now, and I can talk about more the private sector, the sovereign funds, and then many other players, and I can create the same structure. What's their role in this, and how can we support them by the policymakers? Now, I have picked 3 SDGs, and I'm going to tell you how much money is needed so we can achieve this particular SDG. Education. We need $6 billion to provide education for all. We need about $9 billion to provide water and sanitation for all. We need about $13 billion to achieve health and nutrition for all. Now, here's where we are channeling the money. The global market for sugar is about $50 billion. The global market for cosmetics is about $406 billion. The global market for ice cream is about $95 billion. My daughter is saying we need ice cream. The global market for gambling is about $240 billion around the world. Adults entertainment, $15 billion. Tobacco, $830 billion. Defense, $2 trillion. And that's why peace is super important to achieve the SDGs. Priorities. We are not prioritizing investing in the right place. If we are serious about saving this humanity, we need to channel investment and financing towards the right place. Thank you.
Wow. That was amazing. I think that presentation just reminds me of the movie Look Up. I just want to see it again and again. When I know it was just absolutely fantastic. You know, I think, Dr. Mahmoud has found his VC man, for sure. You know, I think what you know, it's just why I'm so fired up by this, because it's just so upsetting when you show the figures and you know, and the greed and selfishness of people basically to help us achieve the goals. And whether you call them goals or whatever you call them, they're just values in life that we should all have. You know, transparency, responsibility, ownership. This is, you know, we need to take these words on board. They're not just companies that have to do it. Companies, corporations, governments, everything, they're made up of individuals, right? So each one of us play the role where we need to take ownership and we need to take responsibility when moving forward. So thank you so much. I'm still in awe of that. I'm trembling almost from this. It was fabulous. We're going to take a short break now. And then we're going to come back. And I forgot a couple of housekeeping points, was phones. If one could keep them on silent. And as Pat says, I usually get what I want, so please. So let's take a short break now, and then we're going to return afterwards, because we're going to touch on the SDGs 6 and 3 as well, as Munay mentioned. So thank you very much for your attention, and please join us for a coffee break, and then we'll see you in 10 minutes. We're keeping strict timing as well. Thank you.
With goals of peace and sustainable development around the world. Their mission is huge, but we're breaking it down in 2 minutes. 17 sustainable development goals. Let's get to them, cause the more you know. Look, in some corners of the world today, people are living on $1 a day. Hey, that's not how it ought to be. So goal 1, eliminate poverty, and goal 2, root out hunger across the globe. There's 800 million people hungry, if you want to know. Number 3 is health and well-being, and getting people the health care that they need in. Learning in school are the hard to go for. Education opens up minds and doors. Goal number 5 is empower girls and women so they can have the same rights that men are given. Number 6, people need water that's clean. Poor sanitation can spread disease. Carbon-free energy is goal number 7, and how to achieve it is a question that's pressing. But if we put our minds together and work hard, we can find a solution, I'm guessing. 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. Now imagine that you work all day for no pay. Economic growth and decent work is goal 8. Goal number 9 is to foster innovation in infrastructure and industrialization. Goal number 10, inequality reduction. 11 is sustainable city construction. 12, well, that's sustainable consumption, so what we use matches up with production. Goal 13 calls for urgent action to combat climate change, cause we know it's happening. 14, protect life under seas. 15, protect life on land. Goal 16 is for peace and justice all over the planet. They're in high demand. And the final goal, number 17, is the critical factor, the heart of the machine. It's to strengthen the way we achieve these goals of sustainable development around the globe. Yo, 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. The United Nations is an organization with goals of peace and sustainable development around the world. Their mission is huge, but we're breaking it down in 2 minutes. 17 sustainable development goals. Let's get to them, cause the more you know. Look, in some corners of the world today, people are living on $1 a day. Hey, that's not how it ought to be. So go 1, eliminate poverty, and go 2, root out hunger across the globe. There's 800 million people hungry if you want to know. Number 3 is health and well-being, and getting people the health care that they need in. Learning in school are the hard to go for. Education opens up minds and doors. Goal number 5 is empower girls and women so they can have the same rights that men are given. Number 6, people need water that's clean. Poor sanitation can spread disease. Carbon-free energy is goal number 7, and how to achieve it is the question that's pressing. But if we put our minds together and work hard, we can find a solution, I'm guessing. 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. Now imagine that you work all day for no pay. Economic growth and decent work is goal 8. Goal number 9 is to foster innovation in infrastructure and industrialization. Goal number 10, inequality reduction. 11 is sustainable city construction. 12, well, that's sustainable consumption, so what we use matches up with production. Goal 13 calls for urgent action to combat climate change, cause we know it's happening. 14, protect life under seas. 15, protect life on land. Goal 16 is for peace and justice all over the planet. They're in high demand. And the final goal, number 17, is the critical factor, the heart of the machine. It's the strength in the way we achieve these goals of sustainable development around the globe. Yo, 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. The United Nations is an organization with goals of peace and sustainable development around the world. Their mission is huge, but we're breaking it down in 2 minutes. 17 sustainable development goals. Let's get to them, cause the more you know. Look, in some corners of the world today, people are living on $1 a day. Hey, that's not how it ought to be. So go 1, eliminate poverty, and go 2, root out hunger across the globe. There's 800 million people hungry if you want to know. Number 3 is health and well-being, and getting people the health care that they need in. Learning in school are the hard to go for. Education opens up minds and doors. Goal number 5 is empower girls and women so they can have the same rights that men are given. Number 6, people need water that's clean. Poor sanitation can spread disease. Carbon-free energy is goal number 7, and how to achieve it is the question that's pressing. But if we put our minds together and work hard, we can find a solution, I'm guessing. 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. Now imagine that you work all day for no pay. Economic growth and decent work is goal 8. Goal number 9 is to foster innovation in infrastructure and industrialization. Goal number 10, inequality reduction. 11 is sustainable city construction. 12, well, that's sustainable consumption, so what we use matches up with production. Goal 13 calls for urgent action to combat climate change, cause we know it's happening. 14, protect life under seas. 15, protect life on land. Goal 16 is for peace and justice all over the planet. They're in high demand. And the final goal, number 17, is the critical factor, the heart of the machine. It's the strength in the way we achieve these goals of sustainable development around the globe. Yo, 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. The United Nations is an organization with goals of peace and sustainable development around the world. Their mission is huge, but we're breaking it down in 2 minutes. 17 sustainable development goals. Let's get to them, cause the more you know. Look, in some corners of the world today, people are living on $1 a day. Hey, that's not how it ought to be. So go 1, eliminate poverty, and go 2, root out hunger across the globe. There's 800 million people hungry if you want to know. Number 3 is health and well-being, and getting people the health care that they need in. Learning in school are the hard to go for. Education opens up minds and doors. Goal number 5 is empower girls and women so they can have the same rights that men are given. Number 6, people need water that's clean. Poor sanitation can spread disease. Carbon-free energy is goal number 7, and how to achieve it is a question that's pressing. But if we put our minds together and work hard, we can find a solution, I'm guessing. 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. Now imagine that you work all day for no pay. Economic growth and decent work is goal 8. Goal number 9 is to foster innovation in infrastructure and industrialization. Goal number 10, inequality reduction. 11 is sustainable city construction. 12, well, that's sustainable consumption, so what we use matches up with production. Goal 13 calls for urgent action to combat climate change, cause we know it's happening. 14, protect life under seas. 15, protect life on land. Goal 16 is for peace and justice all over the planet. They're in high demand. And the final goal, number 17, is the critical factor, the heart of the machine. It's the strength in the way we achieve these goals of sustainable development around the globe. Yo, 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. The United Nations is an organization with goals of peace and sustainable development around the world. Their mission is huge, but we're breaking it down in 2 minutes. 17 sustainable development goals. Let's get to them, cause the more you know. Look, in some corners of the world today, people are living on $1 a day. Hey, that's not how it ought to be. So go 1, eliminate poverty, and go 2, root out hunger across the globe. There's 800 million people hungry if you want to know. Number 3 is health and well-being, and getting people the health care that they need in. Learning in school are the hard to go for. Education opens up minds and doors. Goal number 5 is empower girls and women so they can have the same rights that men are given. Number 6, people need water that's clean. Poor sanitation can spread disease. Carbon-free energy is goal number 7, and how to achieve it is a question that's pressing. But if we put our minds together and work hard, we can find a solution, I'm guessing. 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health in the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. Now imagine that you work all day for no pay. Economic growth and decent work is goal 8. Goal number 9 is to foster innovation in infrastructure and industrialization. Goal number 10, inequality reduction. 11 is sustainable city construction. 12, well, that's sustainable consumption, so what we use matches up with production. Goal 13 calls for urgent action to combat climate change, cause we know it's happening. 14, protect life under seas. 15, protect life on land. Goal 16 is for peace and justice. All over the planet they're in high demand. And the final goal, number 17, is the critical factor, the heart of the machine. It's the strength in the way we achieve these goals of sustainable development around the globe. Yo, 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. The United Nations is an organization with goals of peace and sustainable development around the world. Their mission is huge, but we're breaking it down in 2 minutes. 17 sustainable development goals. Let's get to them, cause the more you know. Look, in some corners of the world today, people are living on $1 a day. Hey, that's not how it ought to be. So goal 1, eliminate poverty. And goal 2, root out hunger across the globe. There's 800 million people hungry, if you wanna know. Number 3 is health and well-being, and getting people the health care that they need in. Learning in school are the hard to go for. Education opens up minds and doors. Goal number 5 is empower girls and women so they can have the same rights that men are given. Number 6, people need water that's clean. Poor sanitation can spread disease. Carbon-free energy is goal number 7, and how to achieve it is a question that's pressing. But if we put our minds together and work hard, we can find a solution, I'm guessing. 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. Now imagine that you work all day for no pay. Economic growth and decent work is goal 8. Goal number 9 is to foster innovation in infrastructure and industrialization. Goal number 10, inequality reduction. 11 is sustainable city construction. 12, well, that's sustainable consumption, so what we use matches up with production. Goal 13 calls for urgent action to combat climate change, cause we know it's happening. 14, protect life under seas. 15, protect life on land. Goal 16 is for peace and justice. All over the planet they're in high demand. And the final goal, number 17, is the critical factor, the heart of the machine. It's the strength in the way we achieve these goals of sustainable development around the globe. Yo, 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. The United Nations is an organization with goals of peace and sustainable development around the world. Their mission is huge, but we're breaking it down in 2 minutes. 17 sustainable development goals. Let's get to them, cause the more you know. Look, in some corners of the world today, people are living on $1 a day. Hey, that's not how it ought to be. So goal 1, eliminate poverty. And goal 2, root out hunger across the globe. There's 800 million people hungry, if you want to know. Number 3 is health and well-being, and and getting people the health care that they need in. Learning in school or the hard to go for. Education opens up minds and doors. Goal number 5 is empower girls and women so they can have the same rights that men are given. Number 6, people need water that's clean. Poor sanitation can spread disease. Carbon-free energy is goal number 7, and how to achieve it is the question that's pressing. But if we put our minds together and work hard, we can find a solution, I'm guessing. 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. Now imagine that you work all day for no pay. Economic growth and decent work is goal 8. Goal number 9 is to foster innovation in infrastructure and industrialization. Goal number 10, inequality reduction. 11 is sustainable city construction. 12, well, that's sustainable consumption, so what we use matches up with production. Goal 13 calls for urgent action to combat climate change, cause we know it's happening. 14, protect life under seas. 15, protect life on land. Goal 16 is for peace and justice all over the planet. They're in high demand. And the final goal, number 17, is the critical factor, the heart of the machine. It's the strength in the way we achieve these goals of sustainable development around the globe. Yo, 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. The United Nations is an organization with goals of peace and sustainable development around the world. Their mission is huge, but we're breaking it down in 2 minutes. 17 sustainable development goals. Let's get to them, cause the more you know. Look, in some corners of the world today, people are living on $1 a day. Hey, that's not how it ought to be. So goal 1, eliminate poverty. And goal 2, root out hunger across the globe. There's 800 million people hungry if you want to know. Number 3 is health and well-being, and getting people the health care that they need in. Learning in school or the hard to go for. Education opens up minds and doors. Goal number 5 is empower girls and women so they can have the same rights that men are given. Number 6, people need water that's clean. Poor sanitation can spread disease. Carbon-free energy is goal number 7, and how to achieve it is the question that's pressing. But if we put our minds together and work hard, we can find a solution, I'm guessing. 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. Now imagine that you work all day for no pay. Economic growth and decent work is goal 8. Goal number 9 is to foster innovation in infrastructure and industrialization. Goal number 10, inequality reduction. 11 is sustainable city construction. 12, well, that's sustainable consumption, so what we use matches up with production. Goal 13 calls for urgent action to combat climate change, cause we know it's happening. 14, protect life under seas. 15, protect life on land. Goal 16 is for peace and justice all over the planet. They're in high demand. And the final goal, number 17, is the critical factor, the heart of the machine. It's the strength in the way we achieve these goals of sustainable development around the globe. Yo, 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it.
Hello, hello. Oh, testing, testing. Right. I hope the coffee has, or tea, green teas, I know there was a lot of green teas going on there, has sufficiently woken everybody up. We're going to move ahead now with the programme. I'm still in awe of Monem, but then we don't want to make a groupie fan club thing for him, so it might be a bit weird. The next, we're going to touch on now 3 slides. 6, SDG 6, what is 6? Clean water. And 3 on health. Clean, health. What is it? Come on. What are you doing? Oh, thanks very much. I'm supposed to know these by heart, right? And 4, education. Education, very, very important one. So our first speaker is Sunil Lalvani. I think it's 4 years ago now that I first heard him give a presentation at the Capital Club, and I became a little bit of a groupie because I could actually stand here now and do his full presentation that he did that day, because I was so in awe of what he does and really actioning the SDGs. UK Gunners fan was something that stuck in my head. That's Arsenal, because my son was an Arsenal fan. I think they won a match maybe 10 years ago, last time, yeah. He's a serial entrepreneur. I keep reading serial killer, but before joining his family's company, Binatone, where he worked from 1994, he became the group managing director after he served right under, right? Daddy didn't want you to go to the top in the beginning. Learn it the hard way. He shifted his business operations in 2015 to the UAE. In 2014 in Ghana, and I can almost tell this story bit by bit and get goosebumps, he was driving with a colleague on the roads. He came across a puddle of filthy, dirty water with all children filling their vessels with water. And he got out and he sort of said, "What are you doing?" And they said, "Well, we don't have to walk so far from our village today because it rained last night and we can get our water." And here he was looking at filthy, dirty water. So this man, almost single-handedly, went and has now gone into villages where the UN, it hasn't been so financially perfect for them to go into, so with usually around 1,000 inhabitants. He has now, to date, provided clean drinking water to over 100,000 people. Goosebumps again. And this is just about, this is where you talk about actioning the SDGs, you know, where it's just about life even, right? He wasn't thinking of SDG number 6, I am quite sure, when he stood at that dirty looking pool. So he's enabled children to stay in education, to stay in school rather than having to walk 10 kilometers per day. He's enabled women to be able to start industry, start working. And it's not just an NGO, but, sorry, I'm going to take your whole presentation away from you. Right, do you know what? I'm going to let Sunil tell the rest of the story. Please, thank you, Sunil Lalvani.
Adrian, thank you very much. That's a fabulous introduction. Very flattering, thank you. Yeah, so what's left to say? So in 2015, I started Project Maji. Maji means water in Swahili. I'm going to keep this presentation short, just very quickly, because I have 2 other very, very competent co-panelists. And while I'll talk about SDG 6, we're also going to talk about 3, 4, and 5 with the panelists as well. Now, as Adrian said, goal number 6 is very dear to my heart, clean water and sanitation for all. But what really touches me about this particular goal is I feel it really stretches beyond just clean water and good health and well-being, but it also is gender empowerment. It is also quality education. It is also good health and well-being. It touches so many more of the SDGs and is so powerful. With every water kiosk we can provide, which we now provide more than 100 villages, we're empowering so much more than just clean access to water. Which is why it is so disappointing to see where we are today. You know, at this rate, and as Monaim said so well in the earlier presentation, we are nowhere near reaching the goal of universal access by 2030. In fact, we're nowhere near reaching the goal of universal access, full stop. So that's why I started Project Maji, really. It's something I thought, you know, to some degree, we've got to take it into our own hands, and to some degree, we've all got to take action in our own way. If we just wait for the powers to be that do things, it's really not going to happen. So the way we do this, this is one of our solar-powered kiosks. We work in Ghana and Kenya. As Adrian said, we work in villages of less than 1,000 people because we feel those are the ones who are the most marginalized. Those are the ones that are least economically interesting to serve. So those are the ones that we go to. And the model we had was to replace the antiquated technology of the hand pump, which really has been around 100 years and so, and it's really not a dignified solution to give to people today. So we have solar-powered kiosks here. We pump water from the ground. We store them in a 5,000-litre storage tank, and we build, and very importantly, we operate these sites as a small water utility across the communities, because we want to make sure that these things are operating for 1 year, 5 years, 10 years, and beyond, and we really sustainably solve the water crisis. Our vision, we have, as I said, 100 kiosks today serving 100,000 people. We want to reach 1 million people by 2025. We want to reach 10 million people by 2030. And just to give you an idea of the scale of what that means, is even if we reach our goal of 10 million by 2030, that is not even 1% of those in need of clean access to water. So the cause is great, the urgency is huge, and I hope that all of us are going to take steps towards helping this goal and many others. Thank you. And let me invite Nadia to come up, and we're going to be joining on a panel, but I'll invite Nadia to come up and introduce herself.
Do you want to introduce me? No. You're just legend, girl. All right. I didn't prepare slides. I'm just going to speak. My name is Nadia Boumeziut. I lead sustainability at Emirates MBD, but today I'm not here to speak on behalf of Emirates MBD, but I'm here to speak on behalf of SDG 4, quality education. And I think Dr. Mahmoud framed it right earlier when he said education liberates. And I volunteered in a school in Africa for a while, and they had shirts, and it was printed on the back of their shirts. It said, "Education is liberation." And I truly believe that. I truly believe that education empowers communities. It's the key to prosperity, and it should be accessible to everyone, and especially girls. But we feel like this is such a huge issue because it's a global issue, and just like sanitation, it seems so humongous. But I feel like if we start where we are, in our local space where we are, there's enough opportunity of how we can help people. One is empowering our youth. SDG 17 is our core focus, partnerships, partner with governments, partner with educational institutions, ensure as a business that the educational institutions prepare young people with the skills that are needed in businesses later. There is a gap nowadays, and that needs to be bridged. And bringing back your bridge from Ireland, we're bridging. We need to build those bridges across partnerships and organizations and businesses. And I think everybody can do a little bit, and if we just start where we are and do what we can, I believe that we can all make a little difference. And I'm an optimist. I have hope. I know the reports are very negative, but I still feel like people now feel empowered to act, and it's time to act for all of us. And if we just open our eyes and look around, I believe that we can help people around us and lift them up and empower them for a better future.
Okay.
Oh, hold on.
Okay.
I kind of feel, no, come Chris. I kind of feel a little bit guilty because I did sort of a big take on Sunil, and now the other two are really going to hate me. But Chris, I'm going to allow you. Oh, yeah, well, there was a thing about Chris. Every time I see him, all I think of is the song, All I Need Is the Air That I Breathe. But I'll let you take this one.
All I need is the air.
Yeah. Oh, this is too
I did Sorry, I should stand here, shouldn't I? Getting ahead of myself. Yes, thank you. Thank you for the invite today. So, we're one of the co-founders of Air Zones, which was an organisation we founded recently in Dubai to try and solve a lot of the issues that I believe we're seeing here today. And that's making the goals and the results of those goals commercially viable, so making them tangible. So we founded Air Zones after a background of working in the construction, the property and the estates market and trying to introduce innovation and new technology to these markets, and it continually getting kiboshed on the CFO's table. When it gets to the value proposition, when it gets to the return on the investment, the tangible return on a lot of these, as I'm sure a lot of you see, that's where the challenge becomes. The sustainability budget, the CSR budget, is usually one of the first to get put into that's the nice to do pile. So we were continually frustrated with trying to get innovation and technology that addresses these adopted by the markets. And we came up with the concept one afternoon. We were chatting with some friends about where we were going to go for our meal, where we were going to take the children one day. And a friend suggested we go down to this particular area of the country and have a nice meal. And the gut reaction, we'd been doing some work around there, was, oh, no, don't want to go down there. The air quality is not so great around that space. But we've been doing some work in this place. This is a lovely place to take the children, because once you're aware of it, you start to think about it. And our friends were amazed by this. They were like, right, how do you know that? Well, we just happen to be working in the industry. I'd be fascinated by that. Let's look at the place. Trustpilot, TripAdvisor. We can rate the friendliness of the staff, the proximity of the parking, the quality of the food. There's no mention of understanding the impact that venues have on our health and well-being, right from where we choose to live, to where we choose to send our children to school, to which offices we work in, then the gyms that we work out, the spas we go to, the restaurants, etc., etc. There's no tangible measure of that. Yet the power of TripAdvisor and Trustpilot and these rating platforms have a massive influence on market shift and swing, determining where people choose and spend their times. So that was the birth of Air Zones. Let's independently rate the health and well-being of different venues and communicate that in a way that the market can then choose where to spend their time, where to spend their cash, which hotels to go to, which gym to join, which school to go to. And if we do that, we're now starting to open the market up. We have a tangible return on the investment in clean air. If an organization can prove they have 4 or 5-star air quality, that attracts and retains and engages more customers than one with poorer air quality. Thus, there is your return on investment on that SDG, on that goal, on air quality. Why air quality? If I can just skip this thing. I guess a lot of you know, but air pollution is considered one of the largest threats to humanity. Put that into numbers, over 7 million deaths attributed to the air that we breathe every single year. To compare that to coronavirus that we're talking about, COVID, in the time that we've been living with COVID, of which now there's just over 5.5 million deaths attributed to, over 16 million deaths have been attributed to the air that we breathe every single year. The air that we breathe has more impact on our health than the water that we drink and the food combined. So I want to run a little experiment to hammer this point home. If we split the audience into 3, I'm going to move away from this and start waving my arms around. Split the audience into 3. On this slide, we'll have the eaters. In the middle, the drinkers, and on the right, the breathers. If I count to 3, I'd like all you on the left to stop eating. You in the middle, stop drinking. You on the right, stop breathing. Put your hand in the air when that starts to impact the quality of your life. And you feel that it is threatening your health. I mean, we don't really need to play through it. But it's fairly common if we think about that. We eat 3 times a day. It takes roughly 3/4 of an hour for what we eat to be ingested. We drink roughly 2 to 3 litres a day, about 20 minutes for our body to absorb it. We breathe 22,000 times a day, over 11,000 litres of air. That is 579 of those 15-gallon drums that we can see. Every single day. Just while we've been here, we've taken over 2,000 breaths of air. And what passes our lips is in major blood vessels in our brain and our organs within seconds. Not 20 minutes, not 3/4 of an hour, seconds. It impacts every single part of the human life cycle, from fertility, rates of successful birth, child development, heart, lung, brain disease, overall life expectancy, quality of life, and the tangible financial measures, our productivity and financial performance. Harvard have done a lot of study on Wall Street showing our strategic mindset, our risk aversion, our alertness based on the quality of the air that we're breathing. It affects every single part of our life. So think about this again, putting that back as a question. When was the last time the liquid you drank, the water you drank, drove a decision? When was the last time you considered it? Should I drink this? Oh, it looks a bit dirty. Should I drink that? Water's going to be better for me than a soda. We think about it quite frequently because we know it impacts our health. Diet. We've just seen a massive global shift to veganism, one of the biggest shifts we've ever seen in the history of diet in humans. Coronavirus. When was the last time that drove a decision that you were making? Should I wear my mask? Should we go to that place? Should we not? Should I stay there? Nitrogen dioxide. Oh yes, we all think about it. When was the last time you thought about where you could go, where you're going to spend time? What's the quality of the air you're breathing? How much nitrogen dioxide is in that air? Because nitrogen dioxide passes your lips, it's in blood vessels in your brain within seconds. It is one of the biggest threats to humanity, and we ignore it. Going beyond that, when was the last time you considered your own pollution footprint? But that's a government topic, isn't it? That's industry, that's power generation, it's traffic. Really, we spend 90% of our time indoors where the air is up to 5 times more polluted. So these are stats published by the World Health Organization, the United Nations, the American EPA. It's not a secret, it's out there. So if we're polluting the air through power generation and traffic, heavy industry, how come the air indoors is more polluted than the air outdoors? Is that something we're doing? So we're part of Air Zones, we put independent sensors into buildings, into schools, cafes, restaurants, hotels, office space. There is a consistent issue that we see, one of the biggest challenges that is threatening to us in terms of air pollution. How about that for a headline? We are poisoning ourselves more indoors than we are outdoors. The actions we take influence the air we breathe and the air quality way more than what's going on outside because we spend so much time indoors. We're so much more vulnerable and our exposure is so far greater indoors than it is outdoors. Taking that example there, using the deodorants, 2 simple things, a roll-on versus a spray. Using the spray deodorant, the majority of it goes into the air around us. A roll-on, we put in it exactly where it is. Staying on the deodorant analogy, that increases airborne dust and pollution. That is in our lungs within seconds of using that product. So we are the single greatest influencer of the air quality that we're breathing. The simple steps we can take, reduce the toxins. Let's get back to nature. Let's remove a lot of the toxins that we're breathing ourselves and we're creating. In terms of simple steps we can make, just bringing this together, if we start thinking about it, if we start looking at the air that we're breathing, considering that as one of the greatest influences on our health and well-being, if we consider our pollution footprint, another example that sends me crazy, every day at school drop-off, people parking their cars outside the gate with that little pollution cannon at the back of the vehicle, pointing indoors, reversing up to buildings, pumping stuff into buildings. It's simple changes we can all make that go way beyond the massive macroeconomic changes that we need. And if we can drive this through education, educating children, educating each other, but putting this information and data about, then I believe we can drive tangible changes that we all benefit from. So looking at the air we breathe, one of the greatest threats around us, something that we see as a macroeconomic issue, yet can be addressed quite simply every day, looking at the actions we're taking and what we're bringing into the built environment around us. Thank you.
They have time, yeah.
Hello? Everyone's good? Good. Okay. Nadia, thank you for that. And Chris, thank you for that frightening frightening presentation, frankly.
Yeah. Where was the positive angle?
We can change now.
Oh,
Is that here okay?
yeah.
We can make very simple changes ourselves. If this is communicated in the right way, in an engaging way, we can make very simple changes, going back and looking what is your home environment. One of the simple ways we've looked at this, walk around, imagine walking into your home, into your office, into the gym now where you work out, and highlight all the things that you would not find in nature. Because they're the sources of pollution. They're the pollutants themselves. Simple things to remove them and replace those with more natural components, elements of our building, have a massive impact.
One thing you said in the presentation, did I hear right? 16 million deaths, you said, during the
Yes.
time of COVID, compared to about 5 million
From
that
coronavirus,
COVID
yes.
allegedly directly caused. This has been one of the great concerns for me, that you know the world is mobilized so quickly during COVID to a unprecedented degree, lockdowns and the amount of money that's been mobilized. But when we talk about things like climate change, which everyone knows about and not a lot of action is being done, but when we talk about water, when we talk about education, and when we talk about air, where you can tangibly see a number of people dying, why do you think, I mean, one, we can say that the COVID virus was very visible, and we could see it, and it was in our face, if you like. Some of these are sort of longer term things that are going to happen in the future. But what is stopping that communication and that awareness to get things to happen a lot faster? Nadia, what do you think on an education front?
I think both of your areas are very closely connected to education as well, right? Mm-hmm. A lot of people are not aware, and we need to get this information out there. And I think there's a slight disconnect also in what type of information is being flooded onto people and that they select to look at. I mean, things like air quality are not that obvious, right? Unless you measure it and show it to people in numbers, we don't see that the air is not good. Whereas with water, it's something that people can perceive as, okay, this water is maybe not good. But oftentimes water quality is not good even when it looks fine. Mm-hmm. Right?
Absolutely.
So I think education is so important in showing your eyes alone cannot judge what's good for you around you, and we need to spread that information and say, how can we do better? And I think really about giving solutions. How can we, simple steps to take to make something better, like you said, remove this, remove that, and you do something better. In your case, demonstrating that this kind of system works better and is better for them. And that's, again, an education cycle, and we need to get this out there more.
So we see this happening, and there's three of us here, and I'm sure everyone in the room agrees with all these things. But what is lacking in that education and that awareness? Why is it not getting through to people? I mean, what you've explained is so visceral. I mean, you shared with me some facts when we spoke earlier about pollution gets in pregnant ladies, it gets into the fetuses. Yet people are spending millions or hundreds of millions of dollars on IVF treatment. But this is probably, this is actually addressing the cause rather than the symptom, first of all. And it's probably going to be a lot cheaper to solve than
Absolutely, and that's one of the beliefs I think we all have. Prevention is better than cure. There's a mindset that's been driven through us, through mainly marketing, through exposure of brands, that we need to put something in to solve air quality. Let's retrofit something. We need to physically see something because we can't see the air. So we stick a filter on the desk, works brilliantly. That filter will filter out particulate matter, so dust. It will not affect gases at all. So it has no impact on gases, but we don't understand what the sources are, and we feel good seeing something. But back to the fertility topic you touched on. So nitrogen dioxide has been proven to impact fertility and the rates of fertility. Reducing it by half from what the mean average is outdoors at the moment has a direct correlation to increasing the chance of fertility by over 16%. That is way more than any supplements we can take. Yet the supplements market is, back to the stats we had earlier, worth billions. Yes. Yet we ignore it. And I think the key point of that comes down to education. It's educating people and informing people in a way that is engaging. Because reading it on the 16th page of an annual report of we can do this sort of thing, we can do that, it's like, okay, yeah, well, it doesn't make sense. It's intangible. It's invisible. How can we really monitor that and prove the tangible benefits of it?
If I may add something to that, I think supplements are a good example. It's the way you tell the story, right? They tell a very compelling story that people buy into. And I think that's where we need to get better at with the SDGs. We need to frame the story better. We need to tell the narrative better so that people are like, okay, I get it, I need to do this, you know? And I think that's where this comes in. And like, I honestly, I was not aware that fertility rates were that affected by air quality. We've heard about microplastics affecting fertility rates, but air, I was not aware of. So this information really needs to get out there. And
absolutely.
You know.
I mean, a very sort of graphic representation of that is, if we all think about how coronavirus has changed our lives, we all wear masks. Great, okay. What's the other thing we do? We clean like maniacs. The hospitality industry is purchasing roughly 40% more cleaning products now than they were a couple of years ago, because we clean surfaces. We go around and spray this stuff on surfaces. We want to be clean in case our child goes in and starts licking tables and door handles. Right, okay, it's not going to happen. So 99% of transmission of COVID is proven to be indoors and airborne, not on surfaces, but we're still cleaning like mad. If we take the list of things back to the drinking analogy, what's in this? Would I drink this? Oh, calcium, magnesium, some minerals. Great, I'll drink that. Would I drink whatever this table has been cleaned with? No, I wouldn't. It's full of chemicals and madness. Okay, so what will I do with it in spread? I'll spray it all over the surfaces. Brilliant, they're nice and clean. I've killed a load of germs. The surface is saturated. 10 seconds later, it's not. It's bone dry. Where have those chemicals gone? Magically disappeared? No, they vaporized. So this stuff I would not drink, I'm spraying it all over surfaces and then breathing it, which is already, as we spoke at the beginning, more dangerous than drinking it, because it's in the blood vessels, in our own brain, in our womb, in our heart, in our lungs, within seconds.
So, Nadia, okay, please.
I'm like, I have so many questions.
Hey, we're going now.
I'll just throw in one.
Okay.
I have a question with regards to aerosols. You know, there was a time when aerosols almost disappeared from the market when the ozone layer was the big topic. And they've reappeared massively over like the previous years.
Yes, yeah.
What happened there? I mean, this seems shocking to me. And like you said, there's no evidence that COVID transmits from surfaces, and yet people are still spraying and cleaning it like crazy.
I think it comes down to a bit of tunnel vision and a bit of mindset, and also a lot of marketing and messaging. So back when we saw the hole in the ozone layer and the concern about that, that was primarily due to the CFCs, which is a propellant used in aerosols. So everyone woke up, was really worried about this hole in the ozone layer. Let's remove the CFCs, and commercially, let's create something else that works as a propellant. So we change the product for that particular use. At the time, we're still not thinking about actually the product that we're pumping out into the air that we're breathing and the dust that we're breathing. So sticking with the deodorant thing, because it's amazing. It's like taking a roll-on deodorant and a spray deodorant. Look at the list of ingredients on both of them. They're more or less identical, but the spray deodorant has a propellant in it to blast it out of the can. That is now CFC-free, so it doesn't damage the ozone layer in the way that it used to. But the application, we did some testing on this. I send my wife crazy with all these tests around the home. We put a load of sensors around one of the rooms, put roll-on deodorant on, didn't trip any of the sensors. So the product is going directly to the source. Then used an aerosol deodorant, sprayed that. Within seconds, the sensors in the room had tripped. Not just slightly, but up to 10 times the WHO, the United Nations, and the EPA limit levels for volatile organic compounds, the chemicals, but also for respirable dust. It then, within minutes, tripped the sensor in the next room because this was such airborne, just from spraying deodorant, where my children were playing. They're now breathing in these pollutants as a direct consequence of what I have done. The last scary point about this, the dust that we're tripping from that, instead of it being like fine sand or desert dust, this is man-made antiperspirant designed to block pores and stop them breathing. It's now in my lungs. And the sensors, the air pollution levels stayed tripped for nearly an hour before they dropped down below the safe limits. That is just one product and the different use case, the different applications of it.
So, Nadia, when asked about why we challenge with which initiatives, you use the word storytelling. And Chris, you're a great example of storytelling. You scared all of us, as I said, even more now. But how do we drive better storytelling? Okay, one is okay, it's personalities and it's marketing, and that's maybe the issue. How do we drive storytelling about these critical issues that are not affecting people necessarily in their day-to-day lives, be it water, education, or gender equality, perhaps? Some things in the more Western world that we do feel and see, even in places like Dubai. How do we do this? Because surely in many cases we're also fighting an uphill battle against big commercial interests and big government interests that are fighting against this because of profit motives and because of short-term interests, because of elections and things. How do we fight against some of that and make sure that these longer-term issues that are good for global society, not necessarily sitting at home, that these messages get across and we actually do something?
I believe it's about making it personal, and making it personal so that people relate to it in their day-to-day lives. These big concepts seem so far out there and it's hard for people to relate. But like when Chris tells me, simple example, deodorant, I think that's something that everybody can relate to. And if you start there, or I'm sure the same applies for the disinfectant,
Absolutely.
right? So these are things that we can directly relate to. I think make it personal, bring it to the individual personal level, and then I think it'll be much faster to scale it up. Then the story makes sense. It's like when you ask people, a lot of people don't react to climate change with shock and awe anymore. They're like desensitized. But when you ask them, is this the world you want to leave for your children or your children's children? That's when they are like, okay, no, not really, right?
But do you find people, and climate change is a good one,
yeah.
but do you find people are really motivated to make a change for that future in 5, 10, 20 years? And you know, and if we talk about what the consequences of climate change are going to be and the quality of air is going to be in 5, 20 years, coronavirus is a walk in the park compared to what we're going to be facing in the future. But people don't see that, and we're not putting the same urgency behind these things. And the same thing will be with gender equality and with education and with water and with poverty and with hunger. If we don't address these problems now, and there are some things that we can make personal, again, in the Western world, when we can communicate through social media and where people have access to it. But 60% of the world or 70% of the world are not going to be made aware of these things. And we're nicely cocooned, I guess, in a nice, safe environment. How do we bring this message across?
I think one aspect is also making the business case for it, right? You have to frame it in a way that it makes sense for businesses. And Monam, I think, described this very well, in which he said, here's where we're spending money, here's where the money should go. And when you put that next to each other and put that in perspective, it kind of rings a bell and you're like, oh, okay, so the money is there. It's actually available. Because I think also when we talk about we need X trillion, people believe that it has to come from somewhere mysteriously, and that's not the case. The money is available. The capital is available. It's just a matter of redirecting the capital to the right causes. And I do believe that coronavirus has been a wake-up call for a lot of people because it has accelerated in many areas and innovation in many areas, and also a rethinking. And I think the simple fact that we're all wearing masks and suddenly people get less sick because they're wearing masks and they've noticed that. So a small change can make a difference. And I think I am an optimist, and I do believe that there are great opportunities now. The important part is to channel the finance and the capital to those innovators that can really make a difference and bring about change. And I believe crisis always brings about ideas and innovation, and this is the time to really direct it there.
So in terms of moving funds to those angles, and yeah, we've all sung praises for Manam's excellent presentation. Certainly the money is out there. And solving these problems is definitely not a financial issue, and it's not very much a technical issue as well. It's a motivation issue.
It's also an education issue.
Absolutely.
Because I think
awareness and education, I agree. 100%.
A lot of businesses are willing, like Adrian said earlier, a lot of businesses are willing, but they don't know where to start.
So to me, it's a couple of things. One is that there's a problem of where to start, and that's something I think we can educate on. Secondly, and Chris, I'd like to ask you on this, in terms of diverting those dollars, because again, we talked about it. If we're talking about consumer products, consumer cleaning products, or consumer air purification products, if there are identical products on the shelf, and one is eco-friendly or one is health-friendly, but it's priced at a premium to the average supermarket brand, what happens? Are consumers today motivated to go and pay that premium for the better product, or do they just think today what's in their pocket and I'm going to buy the cheaper?
I think it comes down to two factors. I mean, I've always thought, a wise man once told me that the head and heart drive the hands. So looking at it commercially, what's the tangible return on investment in increasing our cleaning costs by an extra 5% to go ecologically friendly? So, well, how do we prove that? It's intangible, and it ends up on the CFO's desk. It's like, you want to increase costs? Well, where's the return on that? Which is then, as we say, is making the links. The return on that is we're going to improve our air quality. The direct correlation between proving that we have a healthy venue and attracting more guests, more customers, etc., etc. We're working with some organisations on employee engagement. The workforce is effectively working remotely now. So we used to live in massive buildings with amazing air quality, the right light, the right environment to encourage productivity, health, employee engagement, make everyone feel loved, reduce the churn and attract more talent, etc. Now they work remotely in homes that could be too hot, too humid. They could be burning candles next to where they're working. Who knows what's going on? It's intangible. So can we then correlate the fact of, well, I'm going to increase the cost of this to employee engagement, because that completes the loop. Then we end up back on the CFO's desk to sign this off. We're going to increase our cleaning products. We're going to invest in actually our employees having green products at home, because we know there's a tangible return on that. One is the heart, the emotional, oh, I feel engaged, they're looking after me, they care for me and my family. The other is the tangible productivity gains, the strategic mindset, of which there's many links to commercial return. So I think, I digress slightly there, but I think the idea is communicating these stories in a way that engages the heart. People want to do it, people feel loved, and they're driven to action themselves, but also the head. And I think one of the challenges we have with a lot of the topics that we're talking about here, if we remain in the emotional sector, we're never going to truly drive traction. It has to make sense, which at the moment we can justify, well, we should divert more funds to the CSR agenda, we should divert more to the third sector, whatever we should. It's always going to hit that wall until we complete the loop, which we can do given time and outlook on this and the right focus.
Is that the problem? Because do we have the time? And I know, Adrian, you didn't want to keep this, you wanted to make it optimistic or realistic and not pessimistic, but okay. Oh, I thought we had time on the clock. That's it? That's time?
I know we can still keep on
okay.
talking about
All right.
it, but give us a close down.
Okay. I didn't want to close on a negative, so I'll give my statement and finish. But I think everything you've said is desirable. But I remain very skeptical about people actually taking those actions. Please
don't end the session on a negative
note. No. That's why I'm going to pass it over to you for closing comments. I'm going to give my closing comment.
I would like to add something to Chris in terms of employee engagement. Another quantifier would be reduction in medical claims. So that's something that would speak to the CEO's ears as well. So now we're having less claims, healthier workforce, and so all of this can tie together. But I agree, you have to make the business case for it and tie all these dots together so that it makes commercial sense also, not only the emotion.
I think I want to play a little bit of devil's advocate here, because when you talk about, making commercial sense, and to be honest with you, deep down in our hearts, I think we do know that sustainability, hung on to this little bag of money. It just doesn't work, right? I mean, I know you need to make the case to move people forward, but I actually don't believe that that's the way we need to do it. So I do believe that we will have to make some changes. You know, we will have to adjust, and I think that's the key. I think that's the key. We can tell everybody that you can make money in sustainability and working like that, but it's tough. You know, it is tough. So I think that's the narrative that we need to start pushing out now. Yes, you know, we can make the changes, but as long as you continue to work within the linear economy and not move towards circularity, we will not achieve sustainability.
I agree.
Not to how.
I agree, but I would like to end on we can do it.
We can do it because this is why we're here today, right? Because we're going to push forward, and we are going to do it. It's possible. Yes. I am not in the situation anymore where I want to take the answer no.
Good.
So
if I can finish on one slight positive of the stories that we've said. If we all consider this, if we all look at the ingredients of the things we're using, from the cosmetics to the cleaning products to the changes, and back to the point someone made earlier, we all tell 10 more people, then we can impact change. And we can start today. Go home and look at the products you're using and think, if I wouldn't drink this, why would I breathe it? Then we see a change.
Chris, they're my words.
How are they?
Listen, I know we want to get everybody's voices heard, and we're going to continue carrying this forward. So Sunil, Nadia, and Chris, thank you so much. We're going to continue the narrative. We're going to keep everybody on board with us. So I just want to say to you, this is not a one-woman show, although as Pat Hennessy earlier, he thinks it is. But none of this would be possible today without Anna Marie. Come on, up here. We've decided. I met another angry young female who's as passionate about the SDGs as I am. So we have made this organization called Co-Creating the Future, and that's what we're going to push ahead with now. So this will not be the last time we hear from everybody. We're just going to, because we're all in this room, we're all together, we're all of the same opinion and the same voice, because all of these products that you're talking about, the aerosols, the deodorants, because this is my passion, the cleaning products and everything, they're all going into landfill, all this stuff. So, it's education, really. And then the will to push forward. Yeah? So thank you guys so much. I'm going to hand over now to Anna Marie for our next.
We'll see if my mic is on. Well, I think what we've seen so far today is that the SDGs are interconnected. One of the speakers was saying that you can't just choose a few of them. Well, I think that depends, but the SDGs are interconnected, as you see both today and in your lives, right? So what we've put together today was a panel that really looks at everything, how we make partnerships around different things. And the next two ladies who will come up here are a good example of how you make partnerships. They are Hamid and Catherine from Inclusion, if I'm saying right. And they will talk a little bit about their organization and really how they also building partnerships.
Right. Hi everyone, thank you very much for having us. I think we'll all be going home putting our smelly candles in the bin. I'm Catherine and...
I'm Harmeet, how are you? My mind is blown. I can't even think about what I'm doing here. The three of you, you've just made me think about so much. I'm definitely running home after this and clearing out my cupboards.
Hey. Everyone can make an impact, and I think that's one of the major messages that we're taking away today, that everyone can take action. So this is, we're part of Inclusion. We're a newly formed company here in the UAE.
6 months old.
And this is one of our founding partners, Reza Jafar, who I know a lot of you will know from the Capital Club. He is one of the founding members of the Global Sustainability Network, operating under the umbrella of Goal 8. I'm Catherine O'Farrell, and I've been working in the education and special needs sector here for over 10 years.
So I'm Harmeet, and when you spoke about education and getting where you want to make the most impact, my voice has been saying this forever. Get to the little ones. Go into schools, go right down to the root level, and this is where you'll make the changes that you want to make. I've been in education for 30 years, although I still claim to be 30 years old, but I've been in education for 30 years. And this is where I have seen the most impact. Catherine and I have both been in schools at root level, working with the children, doing all the things that need to be done, and this is where we have seen the changes, amazing, amazing changes. That's the minds that you want to get to. You want to get cleaner water, you want to get to understand about responsibility, about using the right products, about how to help, how to make a difference to the world today. That's where you need to start.
I'm nervously looking around the audience for any hats, because I know I've been told that somebody will eat a hat if we don't keep to our time. Okay, so you've been reading these facts. I think everyone here is familiar with these kind of numbers. 15% of the world's population having special needs, 12% of school-going children with special needs. Now, of those people who have profound special needs, many of them need one-to-one support in order to access education. And that's where Harmeet and I started a discussion around how we can help improve accessibility under the umbrella of Goal 4 and Goal 8. Now, we're seeing these kind of facts and figures all the time, the horrendous impact of COVID and the negative effects it's had. So it's almost a year ago now, we've started these conversations, and we decided to really take firm action, and we've built a small organisation in the hope of really making an impact.
So what we want to do, basically, everybody talks about education, right? Now, with God's blessing, all of us, I'm just assuming all of us have children that are typical. Now, some of us have been blessed with children that have issues with accessing the barriers, removing the barriers for education. This is what our focus area is, where everyone else gets a chance to be in school. A lot of the generation of students with special needs have been pushed aside. We started with centers where a lot of the children, when I came to Dubai 18 years ago, I got a job in a center here. And when I worked in there for just over a year, I realized that more than half of these children were just put in here because there were no options in mainstream education. There were no options for them to be with the typical children. There was nothing that was there were no barriers that we could not overcome. But this differentiation meant that they were not a part of the society. This road that they have taken would mean that these children would always continue to need support. They would be always in a different area. They would not be able to be independent. They would not be a part of the society. So what can we do? So what we've done is we came together and we looked at where this could happen. And of course, with so many initiatives in the UAE now, the government is amazing. They've pushed for it. They want all children to have an opportunity. Every single child matters. So what have they done? They've started saying that schools have to take these children in, making it compulsory for them. But again, understanding what these barriers are, it is also unrealistic to expect these children to go into school and have all their needs catered to. So this is where a compromise has to come about. So this is where learning support assistants, shadow teachers, or one-to-ones were created. And this is what we do. We improve accessibility to education for people of determination by giving them LSAs or shadow teachers. We provide the shadow teachers. We train them. We prepare them for school. We explain to them how you can help these children to access the education in the classroom. Most importantly, how can this child be a part of the social fabric of school, access the education? School, and this is how I always explain it to my little students as well, to all of them, I said school is a small world. This is a little example of the world that you're going to go out into. Once you learn how to survive in this part here, learn how to survive in schools, learn how to be a part of it, going out into the world is an easy step out. This is why I'm telling you, get into schools and get to those children. This is where we make the impact.
So we very much are tied to goals 4 and goal 8, and we think about what can we do as the company to target these two goals. So while we're targeting learning support assistants and training them to provide better accessibility for students, we saw a second opportunity under Goal 8, where we can target lower socioeconomic areas, take people who have less accessibility to work from those areas, train them and deploy them, because we have a huge gap in the workforce in this region for these particular type of people who are working in this zone. So we're hitting Goal 8 there. We carefully match and connect the learning support assistants, so we're hitting Goal 4. We're improving people with determination, we're improving their accessibility to education. And from there, we're hoping that we can improve outcomes for people of determination so that when they graduate from school, they graduate with a meaningful opportunity to career and they can get a job. Can I just ask one question, guys? What percentage of people who have identified special needs do you think get meaningful employment? Can anyone throw a guess out? What percentage? 77. How many? Come on, guys.
Less than? Less than 5%?
It's in and around 10%. So fewer than 1 in 10 people who have an identified need at this moment in time internationally gain meaningful employment. We hope that we can change that. If we can improve accessibility, we hope we can. Now, why we're here today, one of the biggest reasons, Adrian was very kind to invite us. We are operating with the Director of Accessibility here at Expo and the Director of Sensory Access on a national awareness campaign in and around disabilities, particularly hidden disabilities. I know I'm hitting time, we'll run through it. So under the National Policy to Empower People of Determination in Pillar 4 to improve accessibility, we are all wearing this sunflower lanyard. So this is an initiative run through the UK by a company called the Hidden Disabilities Lanyard. It indicates to people that you may have a hidden disability. It could be a hearing impairment, a sensory impairment, anything. So where you can see a wheelchair, you can see somebody who's using a stick or a dog, but if you have something that's invisible, accessing the world around you can be exceptionally challenging. So this allows people to understand that this person may have a barrier. So we are promoting this all around the UAE with the Expo team. It's already in DXB, ready to roll out. It's in a number of malls on trial. And we would invite you guys to come with us. Carry on.
So basically, this sunflower lanyard allows a voice for an invisible disability. So if you see somebody with a sunflower lanyard, you are not, of course, I don't expect you to go up and to them and say, what can I do? How can I cure you? No, that's not your job. Your job is to allow them the opportunity to come and approach you if they need help. Remember, the person with the disability already knows that they have a disability, but you don't know about what they need. So all you need to do is give them the space and the time to, if they should require. For example, if somebody with autism, you can't tell if the person has autism. So they may have a sensory processing disorder along with autism. So a lot of noise, a lot of people may have a problem processing what's going on. Give them the time and space. Don't be impatient. This is what we are trying to get the message across. Okay, right? Thank you. I think we made it just in time.
Okay, good. Okay. But I think it's funny that the invisibility is actually a part of the last 2 sessions, and that's why the SDGs are so good, right? They make something that was invisible, visible. Very simple. So the next panel is the responsibility panel. It's one of these words that is not very positive, but it is everybody's responsibility. We've seen that in COVID. Hashtag, we're all responsible, and it's the same with sustainable development, right? The moderator is Jalena, and she will come up in a second. We also have, they will talk about SDG 1, SDG 2, SDG 5, and SDG 10. Some really fundamental things in ensuring sustainable development. If the 1 and 2 are not met, for instance, how can we make any of the other ones work if we all go hungry and poor? So welcome to the stage all of the panel from here. Yes.
Chair issue. We have a chair issue. And they're going to bring one now. Yeah, they're going to bring one now. No, 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 they're going to bring one now. It's okay. Start.
So I'm really thrilled to be with you today and to have a chance, to have had the chance to meet Adrian, that it's a real sustainability ambassador and a woman of power. And I have her on my panel, which is great. So I will have a chance to present myself a little bit later, and I would like to set a scene for our panel here, so which we call responsibility. So speaking about the responsibility, we will tackle like 4 SDGs, but I want to emphasize on the fact that the SDGs, all 17 SDGs, are interconnected and they are multidimensional. They're all touching bases on 3 key pillars of sustainability, which is environment, social, and economy. So when we, us as individuals, an organization, look at this, we have to take this holistic approach in, taking a responsibility to actually measure our negative and positive impacts on the environment, social, and economy, and actually look how can we improve it and how we can inclusively, holistically look at the picture. And this is where actually it comes like the third important characteristic of SDGs, and this is inclusivity. So inclusivity is something that we not necessarily can relate to easily in everyday life, but it's quite important. So once we speak about the goals to eradicate poverty or achieve zero hunger or have the gender equality and finally, reach reduce inequality in the country and across the countries. This is quite important to understand when we speak about the responsibility. And finally, if we have some preferences among different SDGs and we make an impact in one SDG, we should make sure that actually this SDG is tackling probably 2 and 5 others. So this is where we have this interconnectivity. So these 4 SDGs are actually present for a while, and the picture is not that bad. It's not that gray. We actually achieved quite a good results prior to COVID. But where I want to open scene now for great professionals here that we have is that to tackle this moment of COVID and the impact that COVID had on these vulnerable areas that we just mentioned through SDG 1, 2, 5, and 10. So we saw that COVID increased poverty from 9 to 11%, that women were having more difficulties to, more burden with the household's obligations since COVID started. And we can also see that F&B sector was booming during COVID, so people were buying food excessively, just not to stay hungry, but on the other side we had so many hungry people and so much food waste. So what I want to ask you here is that to present yourself a little bit and emphasize how important the SDGs are in the moments of crisis and helping us to take everybody like on board and leave no one behind what SDGs are actually trying to do. Shall we start with Adrian?
Oh, was that right? Okay. Well, I presume by now everybody knows me. But so I'm Adrienne Doolan. I'm founder of and CEO of Green Touches. It's actually a cleaning services company, but we're with a difference. So we are a sustainable cleaning company. So we are actually toxic free. So Chris knows all about that. So we keep the air clean. And also we try to provide clean technology and working our way towards getting rid of all the toxic chemicals. We also have a policy. Well, we're United Nations Global Compact members as a company since 2017. When I set up the company in 2015, I was already wanted to bring my values and ethics into my company. And to make it, all the people working for me, and it's it's quite an underpaid industry. I wanted to show them respect. I want to try and make a difference for them. It is tough because I'm up against an industry that is trying to make money. And using all chemicals, so it's I battle a lot with what I'm trying to do, but I'm going to battle through regardless. And for me, SDG 10 on inequalities is a super important SDG. And I know I have some of my staff with me here today, and we have open door policy. We have I can get them down here and they can talk to you. But we have a lot of respect for each other, and even as a woman working with them as well, I have that respect from my staff because I give them respect. Because without them, my company is nothing. Somebody else was mentioning earlier employee engagement. I mean, this is top employee engagement. If you're running a company, that's just top. And your staff should know. They should know what you're about, what you're doing. We talk about what are we doing. We're here about saving water. We want to get rid of toxic chemicals. We're about climate change, but we're about each other as well as a company. And that's where, for me, SDG 10 is very important. And sometimes it can be a little bit rough in certain countries to carry this out, but I carry a torch for SDG 10. So that's me. Katarina.
Thank you. I'm Katarina Uherova-Hazabani, and in my everyday work, I support governments and companies on integrating sustainability and carbon emission reduction measures in their core operations. I do that by designing for them processes, tools, and by educating their teams how to go about this, because one of the biggest barriers we face around sustainability and carbon is lack of understanding. My role is partner and global director for strategy with AESG that some of you may know. We are a specialist technical consultancy for build and infrastructure sectors. And sustainability and environmental topics are really at the core of the business that we do. But also what is core to our business is gender equality. And thank you for the invitation to speak on this topic. AESG has 44% of women among its employees. It has also 44% of women in its executive management. And gender equality is part of the secret sauce of the success of the company. I was talking to one of the co-founders just yesterday, trying to pinpoint on what exactly it is. And the gender equality is a funny thing, right? It needs to really be present in the company's culture. It needs to be present within the mind of the leadership, and it needs to be present within the processes. And that's what AESG has succeeded in, I believe. But to the bigger picture that was mentioned. Do you know how many years it will take us to achieve gender equality if we continue with the current rate of progress?
200.
Yeah.
More.
Yeah, Too long, exactly. It will take us, this is based on a report by the World Economic Forum that is published every year on gender gap. It will take us 136 years. Now, do you know what was the number last year? Last year it was 100 years. So just in 1 year, the progress slowed so much that now it will take us, 30% longer. That's the challenge that we are facing today on these and number of other goals, is that the speed of the progress has slowed down and sometimes we are backtracking. So I can answer questions in the debate, but I just wanted to give a short introduction and I look forward to the debate.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Fawzi Amin. I'm a physician by training, and I'm from Bahrain. I've been working with the Ministry of Health more than 36 years. Then I retired and I joined the IFRC, although I've been as a volunteer with the movement of Red Cross and Red Crescent since the 80s. Being a physician in the Ministry of Health, I was engaged with those ambitious UN goal, which is Health for All by year 2000. And sometimes you get disappointed when you reach 2000 and you didn't achieve the goal. But, there's success stories where we managed through UN also, WHO, to eradicate smallpox. We could not eradicate malaria. So it's the way you do things. If we continue business as usual, we might not reach the goal. I'm inspired today with a lot of presentation, which really calling for a change of mind, a change of the way we do things. And that's will we able to reach the goal SDGs. The world leader in 1990, they met in UN, and they decided to do something to improve the life of their people. They gave a promise to reduce poverty by 50%. At that time, the level of the proportion of the people who live in the international standard of poverty, which is people living with less than $1.9 a day. It was 36%. This is a world figure. So they planned to, by 2015, they will reduce it to 18. Do you think they achieved this goal? They not. But surprisingly, they exceeded. In 2015, the proportion reached not 18, but 12. And that was really a contribution from the growth, economic growth of China and India. That's the main factor. So that was encouraging. So the world leader, again, they met in 2015 because they set what they call it MDGs, the Millennium Development Goal. That was proposed from 2000 to 2015. With this result, they encouraged to do more. And that's where the emerging of the Sustainable Development Goal. And they thought we'll do more because there's some result. And that's encouraging. And the method, maybe we'll elaborate later on, because it's been changed. The way they are planning or the business will be different than what they've done with MDGs. They will focus and use different method. Now, as Jelena mentioned that the 17 SDGs is a package. But I've been asked just to talk about one goal, but I'm saying we have to do it all together. And that's what IFRC is doing, and I will just elaborate on what we are doing for the poverty. No poverty, which is the goal 1. And then we can elaborate on other things later on. One thing I have seen it, which is really, I'm really felt that that's a good innovative way and contribution to the goal 1 by IFRC. IFRC is the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent. It is a membership of 192 societies around the world. They have always 17 million volunteers and 400,000 staff. And they do the work through their societies. We know the classical picture of helping refugees, which I'm experiencing. I went to the Azatari. I visited several camps, but Azatari is one of the largest in the north of Jordan. The typical picture is when you distribute in kind to those people who are in need, they will be in a queue and everybody will receive the food and everything. IFRC has changed that picture. They have a program, they call it cash transfer, where they give the money through a credit card. And I've seen it in the Azatari. So the family, they give the card not for the head of the family, which is the woman. They didn't give it to the man. They felt that the woman will be more responsible in setting the priority for that money to be spent in the family. While the men, they can get even married or spend it in tobacco and other things. So specifically, this card is given to the woman, and they created a supermarket within the Azatari. So the people, they go like any other people. They choose whatever they like for their needs and buy it through the card, and they will get monthly, the balance will be for them. That's really has the main thing is preserve the dignity of those refugees. They become like a normal people. And that was something really struck me, and I felt that that's really an achievement towards, distributing cash money to the needy people. I can elaborate later on for other things, but this is something that IFRC continue, and now I think they are getting more support from their societies and from government to add, for the cash transfer program.
I think it's also about giving people dignity.
Exactly.
What you're saying, right?
Yeah.
That's it. And I like the fact that they give it to the women and not to the men.
So later on, I think we'll elaborate to other points.
Yeah. It's really great to have a concrete example and concrete actions here to demonstrate how we can really tackle the SDGs from the practical point of view. So it's really great to have you here. Unfortunately, this panel is not going to have enough time to go into everything, but I think it's just opening mind to the people how important inclusivity is. So we are remained with the SDG 2, which is quite interesting topic from so many different points of view. So it's great to have you here, Yassine.
Thank you. My name is Yazan Al-Qudmani. I manage Emirates Biofarm, the largest organic farm in the UAE. As well as a consultancy called 3Y AgTech. So we specialize in agriculture technology. Obviously, in my work at the farm, we are trying to advocate for clean, environmentally friendly production of food. But being in a country like the UAE and operating in the climate that we do, with the soils we do, I think the agriculture industry here has become a focal point for what we would call marginalized land agriculture. So to tackle world hunger and to tackle the issues that we are going to face with climate change in the future, figuring out how to produce food in marginalized arid lands has become a very important topic. So by marginalized, using saline water, We have ICBA in the UAE, the International Center of Biosaline Agriculture, working for the past 20 years to try and see what can be produced using saline water, and also looking at arid climate in general, not just arid climate, but the type of soils that we would have. So we work closely with that, and it's always challenging because, with agriculture, it's one of the largest industries in the world. We say agriculture, but it's animals, animal agriculture and fish farming and open field crops and indoor crops. So it's tackling, there's multiple issues. There's water issues, there's food, there's energy use. So sometimes we're facing the issue that one is coming at the expense of the other. So these days, to save water, for example, we're going into climate-controlled agriculture indoors, recirculating, but the amount of energy use, the carbon footprint is probably 100x. So we're trying to figure out what is the best way to tackle these challenges, and the UAE has become a very strong focal point for this, and next week is the Food for Future Summit on the 23rd and the 24th. I invite anybody who's interested to cover.
In fact, when we look at the statistics, I was quite shocked because this is one of the misperceptions that we have. Agriculture industry actually represents 5%, and actually much bigger is the processing industry, like food processing and beverage industry. So it's quite important to actually emphasize that agriculture actually is important, and supporting the local farms is important, which is one of the targets of the SDG 2. So we'll come back to you just with one of the interesting points on the in the Middle East. But Katerina, I would like to just tackle. We discussed yesterday briefly. You come from construction industry, and there is again perception that this is not industry for girls, it's more like a man-driven industry. And here we see your company being awarded as one of the leading companies with, gender equality. So which is really great to see. And I think this really gives a good stimulation to young girls to tackle, the different industries and go into something that is perceived to be like a man-driven. I was a part of one of the panels that is like cybersecurity, and there I met many women. And again, I was the one thinking that that's not going to be the case. So can you just tell us a little bit more on how you're covering the global role, how Middle East compares to the global world when it comes to employing women? And I think we will both agree that we see a lot of progress here.
So before responding to your question, I just want to mention few things that bring gender equality and sustainability in any business, including construction, together. And I mean, it all starts with the fact that what we are witnessing here is one of the biggest transformations of our society, of our economy, that our generations will live through. We've started some of the work, and our kids will have to continue it. And it's foolish to think that we can achieve this big transformation without utilizing all the talent that we have available. And you probably know, you might face it in your own companies, we don't have enough talent. I mean, hiring today someone to be a sustainability officer, from chief to just simple analyst, it's a struggle, right? So it would be non-efficient not to employ women. So that's the first reasoning. The second is, in order to come up with the disruptive innovation that we need, we need diversity. There is tons of research that prove that diverse teams work better, and those of you who work in consulting like me know that it's only diverse teams that are high-performing teams over a long term, because the creativity, the energy is so much different. So again, that's another reason why to hire women. And finally, sustainability as an industry in itself, which is a cross-cutting industry, right? It touches everything. Is great opportunity for women because, and we can discuss why is this so. Women are in tune with the content of the SDGs. You know, you've mentioned households, right? Women have that caring personality, so they are attracted to the ideas around sustainability. So they are more prone to apply for the roles in that have sustainability in their mandate. And we can see this in construction. In my company, we can see this in energy, for example, where renewable energy segments have more female talent than the other traditional sectors of the energy. Now, those are the reasons, you know, how we can help the process are three things that I actually mentioned in my opening statement. Culture, leadership, process. And all three need to come together, because if one is missing, you know, it's very hard to progress on the matter of gender equality. The culture in companies, in our organizations, needs to be set in a way that does not tolerate discrimination based on gender. The leadership needs to communicate in such a way that makes it a priority, and not only communicates, needs to act in a way that upholds the communication. And there need to be specific processes. There are tools that we can use today to encourage women to join, stay in the workforce, you know, equal pay, maternity leave, and these are the things that my company is doing. On the top of the regular maternity leave of 3 months here in UAE, we offer additional 3 months. They are unpaid, that's the economic reality here, but the women have certainty of job. They come back to their job after 6 months after the childbirth. We also ensure that we offer equal pay in the same type of roles between men and women and so on. And of course, there is the female leadership. So all these things together, I think, create the results.
Congratulations for that. Adrian, when we are speaking about equal pay, I mean, everything in the end goes to the bottom line, right? And as being an SME business owner, and you want to do the right things and reward your employee in the right way, so how feasible is that? How I mean, difficult it is, but is it feasible?
It's tough. It is very tough. I mean, you know, you always get SMEs, you know, speaking, you know, entrepreneurs speaking when they've been very successful and they have loads of money, right? But you never actually hear them talking about the difficult parts. And I think that's the, you know, the open and honest parts of where you need to acknowledge what's going on. It is difficult because, I mean, I want to put my head on my pillow at night knowing that I've harmed nobody. So if you want to run an ethical and a value-driven business in a market that is not particularly run that way, then it is a struggle and it is difficult, but it's something that I will, you know, will keep myself on track to do and will remain doing so. And I manage fine. Because, you know, that's the way, you know, that's the way it has to be done, because, you know, we can all go along and continue to work where it's all attached to your bottom line. But at the end of the day, you know, as we said earlier, sustainability and, you know, linear economy, they just don't go hand in hand. So at some stage, there has to be a commitment made in order to force change. And it, you know, I'm fine. I'm perfectly healthy. I have a lovely home to live in. I have 2 wonderful sons. We're all fed. We're the lucky ones. You know, if you look at, you know, parts of the world with the hunger and poverty, you know, then I consider myself very lucky. So for me, it's people, planet, and profit. It will come. You know, it does come, but you have to just, you know, remain true, I think, and strict to what is good for you. Yeah.
Speaking about the poverty, I would just like to ask you, Doctor, what is like how the Middle East is comparing to the rest of the world when it comes to donation and, you know, like treating the poverty and the you know, like social groups that are in danger. And how, can you give us just a quick overview about that?
I think particularly in GCC now, it's getting in the list of what they call good country. If you go to the Google and say goodcountry.org, you'll see the list of those countries who are not just looking to themselves. They just know, I mean, they're trying to help others. And that's where they always say, instead of looking just to the microscope, they look to the telescope. So it's become more a responsibility for helping others. And that's characteristic of the GCC country here, which I'm representing IFRC for the GCC. So a lot of projects has been, you know, designed to help people in Asia and Africa. Of course, the top is in the countries is US and a lot of European countries, UK and European Union and others. But now I'm seeing also Saudi Arabia and Emirates coming on, and also Qatar and Kuwait. So they're taking the responsibility to help others rather than just focusing within their, even when we are you know, presenting activities within Emirate Red Crescent, you will see all their activities, what they've done outside the Emirate. So, I mean, this is one area. And now we are trying to engage, you know, in the decision of how to support other countries with the SDGs. I give you an example. For example, in Bahrain, when I was a Secretary General, we're trying to help a hospital in Gaza. So the way that we decided to have a solar panel to sustain a source of sustainable energy for the hospital. And this hospital was really for mother and child, and it has the incubator for the immature babies. And we were very pleased when the last war in Gaza, they said that was the only hospital which has getting all the sustained energy and electricity. And you could see that kind of thing is really, we try now not just to help in a way without thinking, you know, to what extent it's going to which goals. So this has become a guidance to really for sustainability. And the thing now, it's going on in Emirates and Saudi Arabia and others. They are starting, I could see it, that now they choose the way considering, you know, the SDGs in their decision.
And something that you mentioned earlier, just quickly, is that there's like the finance, basically the values of the Islamic finance actually is about giving and, you know, like placing the donation where it's really
It's
needed.
again a characteristic of the GCC. There is, you know, having the zakat, which is actually, it is different than charity in terms of obligatory. You are required. These people consider it as purifying their asset with 2.5%. And that generates a lot of money, which could be, you know, directed. I think still we are in IFRC, we are just getting in this area. We're trying to consider it as part of the fundraising. And I think potentially here, especially in United Arab Emirates, a lot of people, if, as you mentioned in the discussion before, they don't know. They have the money, but they don't know where to spend it or where to direct it. So this is very potential area in terms of, you know, utilizing this amount of money. And the people can contribute willingly if they see, you know, a lot come back to the education issue and how we tell the people and present to them how their money will be. Because zakah is not only just giving the money, you are responsible to ensure that the money goes to the right people, the need people. And that's where the IFRC can play. Because as I told you, there is even 192 societies, and it goes to the root of the people, can reach with their branches around the world to reach the needy people and guarantee that this money to reach them.
Thank you. And to conclude the session, because we ran out of the time. And then the last question, I mean, we can spend next 30 minutes talking about this. And I mean, speaking about the local farming and all the challenges you have here in the region, but also tackling on the fact that we have so big differences. On one side, the kids that are starving and not having, you know, like enough food, and then on the other side, we are having issues here with the kids that are suffering overweight and so on. So I would just like to, and on the other side, like we have the food waste, which we are not even. So I would just like to ask you to kind of wrap up and summarize, like where is the direction for, you know, like sustainable eating here in the UAE, and you know, like how you as a local farm can you know, play an important role there.
Yeah, I think in the UAE there is a will and a push towards improving diets, towards reducing food waste. It's part of the food security agenda of the government, is not only how much production, but also, of course, reduction in food waste. One of the things you mentioned, of course, is the inequality in distribution of wealth. It's the same in food. So worldwide, I believe we can feed everybody. It's just the distribution of wealth is the key issue. But in the UAE, we are now focusing, and what I do personally, is try to open these conversations that if we suddenly all decide to have almond milk, as in not just the UAE, the whole world, or avocado, or whatever next trend is, even if it's vegan or sustainable, considering the alternative, the meat protein alternative, it becomes an issue for these producing nations. It becomes very unsustainable. We have to eat, we have to live, we have to, even in construction, whatever it is based on where we are. So this is why I'm always talking about, let's say, Dibba Bay oysters. So one of the biggest oyster farms in the world has been set up in Fujairah, and they don't need any inputs in terms of feed, and they grow very well here. So, and they're using ocean water, and it's actually providing a reef, so a barrier for the fish. So this is a sustainable production method. Also, look at camel milk. How now Camelicious has, like, you know, baby powder and ghee and all these other products, dates. So it's looking at where you live and how to eat within your community. Also, we're looking at promoting quinoa more. So quinoa is an alternative to wheat and rice, which requires too much water. Quinoa is drought tolerant, salt tolerant, and can grow here. Moringa is a superfood. It's also drought tolerant, salt tolerant, and it's 50% plant protein and has huge amounts of calcium. And so moringa is also a very important thing. We dehydrate it. We sell it fresh. We also dehydrate and sell the powder. And we're creating a product called Nema that has all these powders, and it's helping us reduce our food waste as well, and then introducing people to these concepts of eating locally and eating sustainably as well.
It's quite powerful, and I think it's a great inspiration there when it comes to food. So thank you. If you have any last comments, but I think Adrian is behind my back. We spoke more than, but and I have impression it's a bit serious, you know, like discussion about all these responsibilities, but there are positive sides, I think, about all of this, and we see a good, I think, progress and good examples in, you know, like ongoing, which is quite important.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much. It was a very nice panel. We are a little bit behind on schedule, so there will now be a short, brief break. where we will appreciate that when we come out and ask you to come in, then you come back in, so the time doesn't slip any further. And then at 1, which is around 7 minutes from now, we have the next speaker coming on.
The United Nations is an organization with goals of peace and sustainable development around the world. Their mission is huge, but we're breaking it down in 2 minutes. 17 sustainable development goals. Let's get to them, cause the more you know. Look, in some corners of the world today, people are living on $1 a day. Hey, that's not how it ought to be. So go 1, eliminate poverty, and go 2, root out hunger across the globe. There's 800 million people hungry if you want to know. Number 3 is health and well-being, and getting people the health care that they need in. Learning in school are the hard to go for. Education opens up minds and doors. Goal number 5 is empower girls and women so they can have the same rights that men are given. Number 6, people need water that's clean. Poor sanitation can spread disease. Carbon-free energy is goal number 7, and how to achieve it is a question that's pressing. But if we put our minds together and work hard, we can find a solution, I'm guessing. 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. Now imagine that you work all day for no pay. Economic growth and decent work is goal 8. Goal number 9 is to foster innovation in infrastructure and industrialization. Goal number 10, inequality reduction. 11 is sustainable city construction. 12, well, that's sustainable consumption, so what we use matches up with production. Goal 13 calls for urgent action to combat climate change, cause we know it's happening. 14, protect life under seas. 15, protect life on land. Goal 16 is for peace and justice all over the planet. They're in high demand. And the final goal, number 17, is the critical factor, the heart of the machine. It's the strength in the way we achieve these goals of sustainable development around the globe. Yo, 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. The United Nations is an organization with goals of peace and sustainable development around the world. Their mission is huge, but we're breaking it down in 2 minutes. 17 sustainable development goals. Let's get to them, cause the more you know. Look, in some corners of the world today, people are living on $1 a day. Hey, that's not how it ought to be. So go 1, eliminate poverty, and go 2, root out hunger across the globe. There's 800 million people hungry if you want to know. Number 3 is health and well-being, and getting people the health care that they need in. Learning in school are the hard to go for. Education opens up minds and doors. Goal number 5 is empower girls and women so they can have the same rights that men are given. Number 6, people need water that's clean. Poor sanitation can spread disease. Carbon-free energy is goal number 7, and how to achieve it is a question that's pressing. But if we put our minds together and work hard, we can find a solution, I'm guessing. 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. Now imagine that you work all day for no pay. Economic growth and decent work is goal 8. Goal number 9 is to foster innovation in infrastructure and industrialization. Goal number 10, inequality reduction. 11 is sustainable city construction. 12, well, that's sustainable consumption, so what we use matches up with production. Goal 13 calls for urgent action to combat climate change, cause we know it's happening. 14, protect life under seas. 15, protect life on land. Goal 16 is for peace and justice. All over the planet, they're in high demand. And the final goal, number 17, is the critical factor, the heart of the machine. It's the strength in the way we achieve these goals of sustainable development around the globe. Yo, 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. The United Nations is an organization with goals of peace and sustainable development around the world. Their mission is huge, but we're breaking it down in 2 minutes. 17 sustainable development goals. Let's get to them, cause the more you know. Look, in some corners of the world today, people are living on $1 a day. Hey, that's not how it ought to be. So goal 1, eliminate poverty. And goal 2, root out hunger across the globe. There's 800 million people hungry, if you want to know. Number 3 is health and well-being, and getting people the health care that they need in. Learning in school are the hard to go for. Education opens up minds and doors. Goal number 5 is empower girls and women so they can have the same rights that men are given. Number 6, people need water that's clean. Poor sanitation can spread disease. Carbon-free energy is goal number 7, and how to achieve it is a question that's pressing. But if we put our minds together and work hard, we can find a solution, I'm guessing. 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. Now imagine that you work all day for no pay. Economic growth and decent work is goal 8. Goal number 9 is to foster innovation in infrastructure and industrialization. Goal number 10, inequality reduction. 11 is sustainable city construction. 12, well, that's sustainable consumption, so what we use matches up with production. Goal 13 calls for urgent action to combat climate change, cause we know it's happening. 14, protect life under seas. 15, protect life on land. Goal 16 is for peace and justice. All over the planet, they're in high demand. And the final goal, number 17, is the critical factor, the heart of the machine. It's the strength in the way we achieve these goals of sustainable development around the globe. Yo, 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. The United Nations is an organization with goals of peace and sustainable development around the world. Their mission is huge, but we're breaking it down in 2 minutes. 17 sustainable development goals. Let's get to them, cause the more you know. Look, in some corners of the world today, people are living on $1 a day. Hey, that's not how it ought to be. So goal 1, eliminate poverty. And goal 2, root out hunger across the globe. There's 800 million people hungry, if you want to know. Number 3 is health and well-being, and and getting people the health care that they need in. Learning in school are the hard to go for. Education opens up minds and doors. Goal number 5 is empower girls and women so they can have the same rights that men are given. Number 6, people need water that's clean. Poor sanitation can spread disease. Carbon-free energy is goal number 7, and how to achieve it is a question that's pressing. But if we put our minds together and work hard, we can find a solution, I'm guessing. 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. Now imagine that you work all day for no pay. Economic growth and decent work is goal 8. Goal number 9 is to foster innovation in infrastructure and industrialization. Goal number 10, inequality reduction. 11 is sustainable city construction. 12, well, that's sustainable consumption, so what we use matches up with production. Goal 13 calls for urgent action to combat climate change, cause we know it's happening. 14, protect life under seas. 15, protect life on land. Goal 16 is for peace and justice all over the planet. They're in high demand. And the final goal, number 17, is the critical factor, the heart of the machine. It's the strength in the way we achieve these goals of sustainable development around the globe. Yo, 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. The United Nations is an organization with goals of peace and sustainable development around the world. Their mission is huge, but we're breaking it down in 2 minutes. 17 sustainable development goals. Let's get to them, cause the more you know. Look, in some corners of the world today, people are living on $1 a day. Hey, that's not how it ought to be. So goal 1, eliminate poverty. And goal 2, root out hunger across the globe. There's 800 million people hungry if you want to know. Number 3 is health and well-being, and getting people the health care that they need in. Learning in school are the hard to go for. Education opens up minds and doors. Goal number 5 is empower girls and women so they can have the same rights that men are given. Number 6, people need water that's clean. Poor sanitation can spread disease. Carbon-free energy is goal number 7, and how to achieve it is a question that's pressing. But if we put our minds together and work hard, we can find a solution, I'm guessing. 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. Now imagine that you work all day for no pay. Economic growth and decent work is goal 8. Goal number 9 is to foster innovation in infrastructure and industrialization. Goal number 10, inequality reduction. 11 is sustainable city construction. 12, well, that's sustainable consumption, so what we use matches up with production. Goal 13 calls for urgent action to combat climate change, cause we know it's happening. 14, protect life under seas. 15, protect life on land. Goal 16 is for peace and justice all over the planet. They're in high demand.
Hi.
And the final
Yeah.
goal, number 17 is
So I think if we sit down, then we have the next speaker coming up. No, sorry. So we have been very fortunate that we've had this face-to-face venue today, but the next guest speaker will be online.
I don't think my mic works. Oh, it does.
Oh, yeah, it does.
We can do a comedy roll. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, take your seats. Come on, Chris. You've done enough talking today. Take your seat, Mr. Air that we breathe. You're taking our air, Chris. So next we have to talk about SDG 16. I don't know whether he's live. He's coming live. John, can you hear us? I'll just say, yeah. Hi, John. Can you hear us?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, perfect. You just gave the obligatory Zoom wave. We're delighted to have you here. So I'm just going to briefly introduce you. John is the Associate Professor of Business Ethics, Law and Social Responsibility at the American University of Sharjah. He is a top global expert on how businesses can thrive despite crisis and conflict. John's had many, many publications, and recently he has co-edited the book Business, Peace and Sustainable Development. And he's on the board of the United Nations Global Compact here in the UAE. John is going to talk to us on SDG 16 and how peace supports resilience, communities and sustainable development. All right, John, thank you very much. Go ahead, we're waiting.
Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction, Adrienne, and hi, everybody. I wish I could have been there in person, but time didn't allow me to get there from Sharjah, where I just taught my social entrepreneurship class. So as Adrienne mentioned, SDG 16 has been a focus of mine for as long as it's been around. I think what's important first is to talk a little bit about what SDG 16 actually says. So when people usually hear peace, justice, and strong institutions, they gravitate towards the word peace because a lot of times peace can mean very different things to everybody, but it's generally a positive. It has a positive connotation to it. When the UN developed the SDGs, though, the concept was pretty contentious. So what would we actually track? What would we target? What sorts of things would we look at globally to say, these are the ways that we can move towards peace internationally? And what they settled on were really actually the second two parts of SDG 16, which is justice and strong institutions as the pillars on which peace would reside. So even though some of the targets relate directly to reducing forms of violence, many of them relate to things like reducing exploitation, reducing modern instances of modern slavery, promoting national and international legal institutions, and reducing corruption, bribery, and money laundering, all as ways to underpin peace. Most of my perspectives on this come actually from the business perspective and not from the UN perspective. So as Adrienne mentioned, I've sat on the UN Global Compact local network board here in the UAE for the last 5 years or so. But my focus generally is on businesses in conflict contexts and how they can help promote peace, justice, and strong institutions in those contexts. So what I'll do with the rest of my time, and I'll only take maybe about 10 more minutes, is talk a little bit about how businesses can promote peace, justice, and strong institutions in both conflict and non-conflict contexts, and then talk about some of the connections. So oftentimes we think of the SDGs in isolation, but really all the SDGs are linked with one another and sometimes linked in very direct ways. And so I'll go through some of the ways that we can think of peace, justice, and strong institutions as being connected with some of the other SDGs, many of which have already been discussed here today. So, you know, businesses don't like to talk about politics oftentimes. They don't like to talk about things like peace. It makes a lot of businesses very uncomfortable to have conversations about political issues at all. But what we found in our research, and when I say we, I mean me and my colleagues around the globe who do work in this space, is that companies that are in conflict zones don't really have a choice. So if you feel like you have a choice over whether to be engaged in political conversations, you are one of the lucky few. For most people and most companies in most places, there's a certain level of social conflict that exists that companies simply can't escape, and that at some point or another, they have to actually make a judgment call about. So and I'll give you two examples, one from a more extreme conflict context and one from maybe what you might think of as a less extreme context, but still a critical and important one nonetheless. So in our research in Syria, what we found was that small companies, right? Small startups, but also companies that we think of as being really embedded in the communities. These are bakeries, these are grocery shops, these are people who are really part of the community and have their businesses, didn't have much choice in terms of making political decisions. They had to choose whether they were going to work with rebel groups who had taken over their territory, or governmental actors who might not have been terribly popular with their neighbors. All of those are things that are more or less forced upon the business. They have to make choices that reflect their political positions. The idea that it's just business simply doesn't operate in a conflict context. The same, though, we're finding is true in highly polarized settings that might not necessarily be fully violent at the time, but that are still have the underlying conditions for violence. Places where we often talk about having structural violence, so violence that isn't direct, right? So it's an indirect sets of violence where we see large-scale inequality leading to higher rates of death, higher fatalities, worse medical care, and the like. So in the United States, very recently, companies have been put into the positions where they have to make statements related to racial equality. It's not really a question of whether you want to stay out of it. It's not really possible to stay out of it. It's reached a point where structurally the problems are such an issue that consumers, shareholders, all the stakeholders of the company are demanding political positions and demanding to know what the company's political position on these various issues are. In highly polarized settings, even if they're not highly violent, as in the case in the Syrian civil war, we found again and again that companies are being put into this position. For the most part, this idea that businesses can simply stay out of the conversation related to peace may have been true in the past, but going forward, it's going to be less and less true. And I think you're going to find fewer and fewer businesses that are able to have the luxury to stay out of these conversations. And the reason is really threefold. So first, globalization is making one set of people's problems everyone's problems. There's no way you can look at a conflict anywhere and think, oh, that's only going to affect those people. So if you look even to more recent things in the news, like with the buildup of troops on the Ukrainian border with Russia, none of those things is just affecting Russia and Ukraine. It's affecting everyone around the globe because of the interconnectedness of markets, because of the interconnectedness of people, because of the way the banking system works. Something like a border dispute or something like a buildup of troops along a border is no longer something that can be contained to those two places. The second major factor is climate change. It's more or less impossible for companies to avoid the impacts of climate change on their operations. Even very small companies are finding that climate change is interrupting or is causing challenges for their continued operation and their continued resiliency. That means you can't stay out of it, right? There's no way to stay out of conversations related to climate change and the follow-up conversations that conflict is caused by a lot of these climate change impacts. The third factor that's leading to businesses not being able to avoid these conversations are pretty rampant social inequalities. So a fairly robust finding in peace and conflict studies over the last decade is that inequalities across groups feed violent conflict. So if you have one group of people who are getting the vast majority of the benefits to the exclusion of another group, that breeds resentment and it eventually breeds violence. This is cross-country. This is over long periods of time. And again, it's a pretty robust finding of the last decade or so worth of research, which means that if a company is in a place where there's large-scale inequalities, it can't just bury its head in the sand and pretend as if not my problem, which is what we hear a lot from businesses in some places. We hear them say, well, we're just engaged in business. We don't want to be involved. And we find that those companies actually are the ones that struggle the most in times of chaos and crisis. With all of the businesses that we see, all of the businesses that we interview, there's always one recurring theme, which is, it would be great if other people could figure this out. Some businesses take that and say, it would be great if other people could figure it out, but they're not, so we have to do something. Others take the approach of, well, other people should do it and I'm not going to do anything until they make a move. Not surprisingly, over time in our research, what we've seen is companies in the first category, the ones that take the initiative to try to bolster peace, justice, and strong institutions, are the ones that actually end up surviving and doing better. They end up being more profitable, they end up contributing more to their communities, and they end up having a much more loyal set of stakeholders, not just customers, but shareholders as well. The final piece of what I want to sort of wrap up on is the connection of these issues, things like corruption and bribery, things like the international legal regime, to other SDGs. So sometimes peace is sort of seen as being off in the corner somewhere. It's the thing for deployed troops to worry about. It's the thing for high-level diplomats to worry about. But if I'm doing my work on climate change or gender equality or quality education, what does that have anything to do with me? The real key to the SDGs, and the reason I think that they've been so widely adopted, but they're also very successful, is that they're largely interconnected. So you can't talk about peace, justice, and strong institutions without talking about quality education. So even in SDG 4, one of the targets is to promote a culture of peace and nonviolence, ensure that there's effective and sustainable institutions, that there's participatory and responsive decision making. These words aren't just words, right? They're things that in the data, in the research, we know underpin not only safe and resilient societies, but also quality education, right? They feed off of each other. If you have a peaceful place, people can go to school, right? When you have a strong economic base, people can allow their kids to go to school and not have to have their kids go to work, right? Or do other things. If we talk about peace, justice, and strong institutions, we can't not talk about gender equality, right? Discrimination and violence against women and girls is a core manifestation of violent societies. So when you have societies that have high rates of domestic violence, high rates of abuse against women and girls, you tend to see societies that also are less stable. Similarly, with discrimination, the less discriminatory the society, those places tend to be the most peaceful. And so as we're able to make sure we're incorporating women into every decision that we make, we're also enabling our countries and our communities to become stronger, more resilient, and more peaceful. It's also linked, as I think I've alluded to already, to SDG 8. It's impossible to have decent work and economic growth in a place of violence. So Colin Powell, who used to be U.S. Secretary of State and commander of some of the armed forces in the U.S., used to have this lovely quote that I put in my article sometimes. Business is cowardly. Most businesses don't like violence. It adds a risk premium. Insurance prices go up. It becomes more difficult, more expensive to do just about anything in places where there's violence. Promoting peace and nonviolence, having more nonviolent, resilient communities makes business better able to do what it does best, which is encourage economic growth and provide decent work for people. The decent work that those people have also makes them less likely to go out, pick up a gun, and cause violence to others. And the final really strong link between SDG 16 and the other SDGs is for reduced inequalities, something I've mentioned already. Again, it's a fairly robust finding over the last decade that the more inclusive a society is, the more equality of opportunity there is, especially when we have better participation and more inclusivity of developing countries and marginalized groups, the more peaceful our society is going to be. So none of these operates in isolation. Instead, everything is interconnected with one another. So the next time you see SDG 16, don't just think of peace as some happy kumbaya, let's all sit by a campfire and play a guitar sort of thing. It's the hard truth of the SDGs that if we don't do the other 15 SDGs well, we will have more violent societies, less resilient societies, and places that people, you and I and everybody else, won't want to live in. A more peaceful world is a better world, but it's dependent upon us doing all the SDGs. We can't just leave one off and hope for the best. We have to move forward together as a group. So I wanted to leave a little bit of time for questions. I don't know how that would work with the moderating, but I'm here to answer your questions as best I can virtually.
This is work? Yeah, it's working. Thanks, John. That was absolutely amazing. And I think that's the biggest point as well, is that all of the SDGs are interlinked. I mean, there are 17 SDGs, but there are 169 targets associated with each one of them. But they are all so interconnected. Does anybody have any questions for John? I'm sure at some stage that... John, I'm sure there's loads of people who can contact you anyway, but we intend to sort of continue these narratives in the future, and then I hope at that stage you can come and join us in Dubai, actually. All right, so thank you very, very much, and hope to see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Right, we're running out of time, folks. Unfortunately, I can't sort of knock off a few SDGs, but so Anna-Marie, you're going to take the next, who's the next bunch?
And then we'll make Pedro's panel first, cities. So, yeah,
Sorry.
The next slide.
Next
we
slide,
just made a
please.
quick decision.
I'm going to turn it around. Oh.
Because the cities are really also where we live. It's where a lot of them are. If you can swap to the next slide. And Pedro and his team will come up and introduce their...
Before we get started, I need a favor from all of you. I would like you to stand up, please. Please stand up, everybody. And please put your hands together for this amazing event. I'm learning so much. Put your hands together for the organizers, for this amazing place. It's truly very unique what's happening here, right? Ever since the morning, we are hearing from people that are really deep into so many topics. You see how much passion there is. You see how much knowledge and action that is required. And what we're going to talk about now, it's about cities, which touch all of us. So now sit down, because you're going to hear something that you never expected. And for that, I would like to welcome our panelist members, please. Kyle, Elena, Iman, and where is our slide? You know, cities got out of the digital world. So, what's going to happen here right now? Oh, where's Dima? She was not ready for it. Yeah, and get our slide. Look, here's the deal. We have heard how hard it is to achieve the SDGs. And not only that, we heard that a lot of them are not getting done. So the approach I suggest for us to talk about cities that are so much interconnected to our day-to-day lives is exactly what we have to unlearn in order for us to achieve the SDGs. You heard it right. It's about unlearn. I challenged the panelists to bring the perspective of each one of the SDGs so we can, give space for the new. And in order for us to give space for the new, what we gotta do? We gotta unlearn things. Dima, thank you so much. And please, take your place. So, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to share what we have to unlearn today? No. You see it? That was the intention, not being ready. But look, just let me start first. I have here this amazing SDG number 9, which is the closest that I will get from Ronaldo, the phenomenon. So the thing here is, we need resilient infrastructure. We need sustainable and inclusive industrialization. We are living in a country that expects to triple industrialization in everything we do. And hear me out. There is a very big issue in business. Most of the business leaders that will develop the infrastructure and this industrialization, they run with a formula of success from the past that will not work in the future. If they want to achieve the goals that we're talking about today, they will have to unlearn the strict focus on the top line and the bottom line. And they will have to incorporate the green line in their decision-making process. And that sounds nice, the way you speak about it, but it's actually very hard. We've done a study worldwide, and we asked what are the barriers for organizations to incorporate sustainability action in everything they do. And you know what they told us? The number one barrier is that they don't know how to incorporate sustainability in their business strategy. Because the business strategy from most of the organizations, they were based on this formula that even if I'm working with, outsourcing business that, are doing human traffic or, bad type of labor, I don't care. It's not my fault as long as I have, the resources that I need. Or if I have a supplier that have a huge carbon footprint and they don't give a damn for reducing it, they don't have any plan for it, I will still continue working with them because, you know what? It's cost effective to me. So from now on, if we really want to achieve SDG 9, those organizations will have to unlearn that model of strategy and incorporate, and that's a barrier for them. The second barrier for all of them is that they don't know how to incorporate sustainability into business processes and IT systems. And that's one of the very reasons why I am into this space. I work for a big technology company, SAP. I'm not sure if you have heard of SAP, but more than 70% of the world's transactions touch an SAP system. I think this is well known. But one statistic that got me shocked is that about 84% of the largest emitters in the world, they use SAP. It's a huge responsibility. We've been helping them to drive profit, but now it's time to create a technology ledger of sustainability that every single business process and activities also incorporate the sustainability. And that's something that it's not easy for business executives out there. And the final thing is obviously to prove the return on the sustainability action. Most of the executives don't know how to say, I will replace the outsourcing to China, and this is the business case to do so because of sustainability. Or I will replace this supplier, and that's the business case to do so. So as you can tell, there is so much industries must to unlearn to get to the outcomes of the SDG number 9. But that doesn't stop there. Now we want to deep dive with each one of you and learn from, Kayo, Yena, Dima, all your SDGs. What do we have to unlearn in order for us to achieve, the outcomes of your SDGs? Starting with you.
Now you hear me. So I really like your approach. It's really out-of-box thinking, and I think what we need here today. So I will be reflecting on the SDG 8 that stands for Sustainable Economic Growth. And I will be really trying to focus today on the area that comes to the, helping the SMEs to drive this economic growth. But just to kind of reply to your question, what you just said. So in order to unlearn and learn new things and proceed and accelerate our sustainable development, it's actually to forget about profit-driven business, but more focus on what we call like triple bottom line growth, and where we not focus only on the profits, but also on the people and on the planet. So earlier I mentioned 3 dimensions of sustainability, and we have to drive the business by taking these three dimensions into account. And what we can see in the last decade is that there is really growing demand from different stakeholders to see non-financial reporting. We are getting stakeholders that are getting more educated, more aware, more informed about sustainability, and they're actually demanding organizations to report, to present what they do on the social side, on the environmental side. And I think we are going to see this even more in the future, especially as the COP28 is going to take place here in the Middle East. I think a lot of focus is going to be on the SDGs. Anyhow, when we look at the SDG 8, it gives us a great guidelines on actually what we need to take into account to reach the sustainable economic growth. But the bottom line of all is that partnership approach is something that we need to look at, and as well take into account that all levels need to do their part in achieving this. Government, policy-wise, organizations, they need to look into their governance, so to take care about the human rights, about the social rights for their employees, opportunities for all, for young, and we had here today great session about really inclusivity. And finally, to really take care of how they operate their business in the way they optimize the resources. It is something that it's important to highlight. So yeah, I think later, I mean, in the next round of questions, we can go more into details and more into practical example. But bottom line, we have to just forget about only financially driven goals and look into more like a holistic approach.
All right, so as we listen from others, I want you to prepare a magic bullet for decent work. What would that be? The one thing every SME owner could do to get decent work in place. But I will give you time to think. Kyle, over to you.
All right, is this on? Yeah. Thanks so much for having me. Okay, so I've got a lot of thoughts going on right now, but ultimately, I like to tell stories, and I'm an engineer. So for me, logic should always rule the day. SDG 7 is very close to my heart because when I first came to the UAE, I was involved in the oil and gas industry. We were drilling for oil. And after 1 year of that, I realized I got so sort of fed up with the industry that I left for a long time. And I spent a lot of time in developing countries in East Africa, in Southeast Asia, working on off-grid energy solutions because I was so annoyed.
that, which is related to my point about employees within companies, is that there's a lot of people with skills, with great ideas, and time. Time is probably more scarce from those people, but who will be willing to help and give you ideas as you develop those startups, as coaches, as members of boards, and so on. So, and there are some very good venture capital firms focusing on this topic in the UAE. So who provide excellent coaching, have lots of experience, and can really help accelerate the implementation of those great ideas. So happy to connect after if you're interested in any of this.
Very interesting. I think you had your financial hat on more than the environmental hat on, but that's also matching with the suit. I think, like, what I would love to hear about later when we meet again another time is when are investors going to invest more in greener things, but I think we can...
They are already.
So, Ghassan, I would love to hear from you, because we talk about emissions all the time, and I believe that we have a common interest or a common idea that companies actually have no clue where their emissions lies, right? How do we teach them that?
In order to call for a change, you have to know where you stand today. I'm sure the professionals here know what I'm talking about when you talk about footprint and quantification, but when you go for any sector, be it industrial, be it service or logistics, many want to engage in climate action, but they don't know how. How do they assess, how do they quantify their current footprints, the damage they're doing today? They don't know how to calculate it. Because once you know where you stand and then you go for a change, then you can see, does it justify my investment? To go into this investment, will I be able to collect it later in terms of lower energy costs and thus lower taxation on carbon when it comes, or not? If you don't know where you stand today, it's very difficult to continue. The intentions are there, and there's no one country or continent even that can take care of climate change solution. It's the engagement of the smallest child even. How he is educated in his home to turn off the light when not needed. So it's a summation of very small X's that will accumulate to combating climate change. I think I'll stop here to give time and then we can come back to it.
I think I agree with you. I'm Danish, as many of you might hear from my weird accent, and people come up to me sometimes and congratulate me. Wow, you're Danish. Denmark is doing so many good things for climate change. You have wind turbines, and you have this, and you have that. Yeah. If Denmark was the globe, we would need 4.3 globes, right? Because we have so much tech and so much stuff, and we build capacity, and just like Kyle said before, every time we build capacity, we use up to that capacity, and then we add on top of the capacity. How do we go below instead? How do we work downwards instead of working up to the capacity all the time?
See, because my child, he watches climate change. All he sees is floods and rains, and he doesn't know how to solve it. What's the problem? And that to him and my children, the teenagers, you can go all the way to other people that want to contribute, but they really don't know how. What is the effect damage? They don't know. And how do they take it into accounting and able to, when you measure what you're emitting, let's say, you can then reduce it and offset it even when needed. But if you don't have your baseline and you don't have the method to do it, then it remains just talk,
So I think we go back to nature now a little bit. How do we regenerate what we've destroyed? And what do you see here? Like,
I think one of the focuses needs to be to stopping what we're doing at the moment. That's where we need to start. Regeneration is a long-term process, and we need a lot of infrastructure to do that. I think what we need to do is look at alternatives to cutting down our forests, to deforestation, and stopping that first before we look at what are the solutions to regenerate those areas. If I look at examples with laundry and laundry systems, now that's 20% of our natural clean water that gets wasted through cleaning products. So cleaning products like that are very easy to solve. So Catholite is a sodium hydroxide product. I won't bore everybody with the science, but it's effectively salt brine that you put through an electrolysis process. It's completely natural. You can then restore 20% of our waterways just by that small change with one industry. So I think we need to stop using the chemicals and the products that we're using, and then start working on regeneration.
So if now we have around 3-4 minutes left, what are the traps we need to stay away from? Like what would be the one step that we should take, and that would start somehow regenerating?
We need to connect with nature ourselves. We need to get away from our office desks. We need to get away from behind the TV and behind our screens and actually go out and spend time in nature, reconnecting ourselves.
Close the phone?
Yeah, just turn things off for a while and just go and get back to nature. And then from there, things will take its course, because you start realising when you go to the sea and you go to the beach, there's no fish. Where are the fish? Right? You go for a picnic, it's full of trash. When you go to see the camels, they're full of plastic. You have to go back out to see it and then start realising, okay, we've got bigger issues to solve here. We've actually got ground level problems that we need to deal with today, now. And then we can talk, and I love to talk about all of these topics, but there's nothing more satisfying actually than getting out and doing it and realising that what you're doing on the ground is making a difference.
And you very often hear on Monday morning, people come back and say, yeah, I was in nature, it was so nice. You're like, yeah, I mean,
it's
that's the natural thing to do, isn't it?
It's surprisingly therapeutic and really, really brings you back to yourself and what's important. And then you can move from there.
What do you think, Antonio? Are there any traps we can stay away from, or any way we can make people less like buying machines, for instance?
I think taking a good look at the businesses and trying to understand what climate change means to those businesses, both from a risk, because it will impact performance. I talked about increasing the cost of operations, the attractiveness of products and services, and everything else, but also and engaging people within those organizations. I think this is a very, very underrated point, which we've seen, and is that especially after COVID, people have, surprisingly, they've reconnected with certain aspects of their jobs that and their lives that they hadn't, right? And they're starting questioning the meaningfulness of jobs a lot more. And really, who drives the performance of organizations is people. Those people make decisions, right? So I think leveraging the power of people within organizations, opening the discussion, and taking a good self-reflection and asking two questions. One is, climate change is a big problem. What role can we play in it as an individual and as an organization? And the second is, what are the consequences of us not doing anything? I think both support each other, and the consequences become very clear. And businesses always look at great ideas, but they also look at dollar signs. So, and that helps. Thank you.
Ghassan, your company captured around 1 million metric tons of carbon last year. So you're one of the first unofficial net positive companies,
yes,
right?
Actually, we annually we can remove 1 million metric ton of carbon dioxide, which is equivalent again to 50 times Dubai's size of virtual forest contribution to the environment. Which is, the system is also scalable. I think, if you look back in history, we said, what can you do back to Earth? I think we should give Earth the same love that it gave us. Ice Age came, everything died, one thing stayed alive, the seed. And then the seed made a tree, and the tree made the forest, and life came back again. Today, Paris is looking at we had global cooling in the Ice Age. Now we're talking about global warming. And if we leave the forests alone to take care of what humans cannot do synthetically. They do photosynthesis, they capture carbon dioxide, but they do one thing that none of us know, it's oxygen. Everything we use around us consumes oxygen. We are living in a closed system, so we are depleting our lungs, our oxygen. In this room, the ratio of oxygen to carbon dioxide, if that ratio drops from 2.2 to 1.9, we all suffocate without knowing. And the proof that, before our technology came in, to be able to minimize on the landfill and reuse the waste wood, annually, and this is, I think, 5 years ago, we were depleting annually forests the size of Belgium every single year. So we're really suffocating ourselves. And the proof of that is Corona. Oxygen in the air with ultraviolet light makes ozone. Ozone, disinfectant. You don't have to worry about chemicals on the table anymore. So we are killing ourselves. So what we are trying to do, from the deserts of the UAE, save the forests globally, and have the system trend out. And that will give us many of the SDGs automatically corrected by nature. Life on land, life in sea. I don't want to name them all, we know them. So it needs just looking back into our wasteland and minimizing the use of raw material that we've already depleted, and reuse and then recycle, which will give time, breathing time for Mother Earth to correct itself naturally.
And Christopher, can we do the same things that Mother Earth does naturally?
I think through technology, and like I was saying earlier, if we stop the degradation that we're continuously going on, look at our consumer behavior, look at how we actually consume products, be more educated about how we actually consume those products, I think we can contribute to what nature does naturally. But I mean, you look at, when we were in lockdowns and everything, you actually saw the effect that nature had and how quickly nature can actually help recover itself when we're not involved. So there is that part where we have to step back a little bit, but we have to stop hurting nature too.
Thank you very much for today. I think a key takeaway is we can do something, and it is both the small and the big. For instance, let's stop buying stuff we don't need, both for our companies and for ourselves. And then let's take positive action together and affirm when we do something good, right? Thank you for today. You want to come up? Yeah.
Hello. Hello. This is not working.
Okay, you can talk in mine.
Yeah, you can talk on yours. And can you all hear me? We're all preaching to I think everybody can hear me anyway, but I think every one of us here today can make a difference. But I want you to go away with knowing that there is hope, and there is a way forward. And I just think we need to partnerships and collaboration. SDG 17 is just totally the way forward. I just want to thank again the Irish Pavilion for enabling us to be here, and to the team at Terra. I think, are you guys called Pico? You have done an absolutely amazing job. I think this is well done. Well done. Yeah. I think this is one of the first times that I have ever been at presentations where it has just all gone 100% smoothly. So really a very thank you to all of you. Anna-Marie and myself from this, we have now, we're going to launch the Co-Creating the Future and Accelerating the Goals. So we're not finished yet. You're still going to hear from us. All right, so thank you all.